Okay, look for mute people and turn off their cameras. All right, turn on recording.
Okay.
Recording in progress.
Okay, hello everyone. This is Chuck Tirone, Reading Conservation Administrator, consistent with the governor's orders superseding certain provisions of the open meeting law and allowing us to adhere to social distancing requirements during this COVID-19 crisis. This meeting is being dedicated to Joe Carnahan and to the Reading Conservation Commission is being held virtually via Zoom and audio video participation. The Conservation Commission, the applicants and their representatives, and the public. During this meeting, myself or the commission chair will unmute commissioners, applicants, representatives, and members of the public individually and as needed. During the conservation meeting, the chair will be the only one to permit shared videos. These controls are in place to ensure that tonight's meeting is safe and effective. At this time, the chair will conduct a roll call vote to confirm members are present and that they can hear.
Okay, thank you, Chuck. We're going to have a roll call vote. Please remember this order. We will start with Brian,
Brian Bowe, member, present.
Martha,
Martha Moore, Vice Chair, present.
Joe,
Joe Carnahan, member, present.
and John.
John Sullivan, member, present.
And Anika Scanlon, Chair, present. That's the roll call order. All votes this meeting tonight will follow that order. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Please note that tonight's meeting is being recorded. Also be aware that other folks may be available to see you, or anything that you broadcast may be captured by this recording. All material for this meeting is available in the Conservation Division page, and I recommend that commission members, the public, follow the agenda as posted on the Town of Reading webpage unless otherwise noted. However, because this meeting is being conducted remotely, I advise in particular that commissioners cannot discuss or consider documents which are not previously posted. Information may be presented orally. Similarly, members of the public are encouraged to provide written public comment, but should understand that not all of the participants nor the commission members will be able to see any written comments during the course of this meeting. Before we get started on tonight's agenda, I'm going to cover some ground rules for effective, clear conduct of business to ensure accurate meeting minutes. For any response, please wait until the chair or the conservation administrator yields the floor to you and state your name before speaking. After commissioners make their remarks and these remarks have been addressed by the applicant, the chair will afford the public comment as follows. The chair first will ask members who wish to speak to identify themselves by name. Once the chair has a list of public commentators, the chair will call on each one by name and afford them 4 minutes for any comment. Applicants may be requested to respond by the chair. After the public comment, the chair will once again go down the list of commissioners, inviting each one to provide any further comment, question, or motions. Please hold off until your name is called. And finally, each vote during tonight's meeting will be conducted by roll call vote. Anika, that's what I have.
Great, thank you, Chuck. Thank you, everyone who has come tonight and other commission members. Let's start with the public hearing for 0 Small Lane. We're going to continue the public hearing on notice of intent filed by LLC Megan Johnson, Delray Realty, pursuant to the Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Wetlands Protection Act, and the Reading Wetland Protection Bylaw, Section 7.1. The applicant proposes to construct a limited project stream crossing, retaining walls, wetland alteration, wetland replication, drainage, grading, and associated utilities. All work is within 100 feet of a bordering vegetated wetland. The application and plans can be viewed on the Conservation Division page under the current project. Assessors map 40 and 41. lot 153, 155, and 29. And this is under DEP file number 270-0748. Chuck, if you could just give us a brief introduction and who's here tonight.
So who's here tonight? We have Ann Martin, Jack Sullivan, Maureen Harold, and I believe Bill Johnson's also here. And this project is located at 0 Small Lane. It's a stream crossing and a roadway project that we're looking at right now. In the past couple of weeks, the consultant and our consultant and Jack Sullivan and Maureen Harold got together to discuss some of the aspects of the project and trying to get a clear look at how to proceed on this project. So with that, I think that I'm not sure if I should call on Ann or Jack, but I see Jack has his screen on. So why don't I call on Jack to take it from here and fill in anything that I've missed?
Yep. Thanks, Chuck. For the record, Jack Sullivan, owner of the Sullivan Engineering Group. And Chuck's right. We did have a meeting, a Zoom meeting with Ann, and Maureen Harold was on that meeting as well. It was productive. We had good dialogue on it. And the reason we wanted to meet with you tonight, we there's some work we have to do on the plan still, but one of the stumbling blocks is the stormwater. We look at it that we only have to meet the stormwater standards to the maximum extent practicable since we're a limited project. And also because we think we're between 5 to 9 lots. But there's a gray area there, and Ann felt that may not apply. She was going to do some more research on it. She can speak for herself too, but it came up that Ann thought it might be best if this was sent to peer review to an engineering group to review and the stormwater design for this project. We felt, Maureen and I felt, that in the past, the town engineer has done all the stormwater reviews for the commission. So really, the purpose of this meeting is just to discuss that, how the commission wants to proceed, and that way we can move forward. But I think that is basically the summary.
Ann, would you like to add anything to that summary?
Sure, Ann Martin from LEC Environmental. Just to round out what my perspective is, and I appreciate Jack not trying to speak for me. I think he was trying to be careful there. I am not a civil engineer or professional engineer. I have looked at the regs. I reached out to DEP before expressing my opinion. The second round of expressing my opinion, I reached back out to DEP again, and I reached out to a engineer that I respect who represents developers and ask his opinion as well, partially because I'm not an engineer and I don't want to pretend like I am. Both parties came to the same conclusion, that because this is a roadway extension, that the commentary in the stormwater regulations about the number of lots is related to not having to provide stormwater management for stormwater coming off of the lots, and that this is an extension of an existing roadway, and that the extension would need to comply with DEP stormwater management standards. I looked through the Wetlands Protection Act in 310 CMR 1005, I think it's 3K, which is the section that lists all the stormwater management standards in the Wetlands Protection Act. I word searched DEP stormwater management manual, and I could not find anything in reference to the stormwater standards being that if you are a limited project, that you don't have to meet the stormwater management standards. The only place, I reached out to Jack and told Jack, I can't find this, help me out. And he sent me the form, and for reasons I cannot explain, there's a box on the stormwater form, which is not part of the regulations, that says under standard 7, it says limited project. When you read the Wetlands Protection Act, the limited project status relates to wetland resource area impacts, and it's typically granted for projects where you're going to exceed the thresholds. But you can also claim it for the reasoning for any amount of wetland alteration. And this project would fall as a limited project for accessing an upland piece of property that's not accessible from any other location with less wetland impacts. I can't remember off the top of my head what it's 310 CM or 10.533. I can't remember what letter it is. But that would apply to a limited project in relationship to impacts to wetland resource areas. And so I don't see anything in the stormwater. I suggested that that you retain a third-party peer reviewer, because I've been doing this a long time and I know a little bit about stormwater, but I feel uncomfortable telling Jack how to design something as an engineer. And so I have been trying to do my best to advise the commission or to provide you with some direction and guidance as a wetland scientist, but I think we're getting pretty deep in the weeds on stormwater management, that I think that you would be served much better if there was a third-party engineer who designs stormwater management and who routinely has to ensure compliance with stormwater management policy and the Wetlands Protection Act. And if the town engineer is experienced with that and you guys feel comfortable, that's great. If he's not, or he doesn't feel comfortable with that, I would suggest that you go with a third-party private engineering firm.
Maureen, do you have anything to add to the conversation?
No, I think Jack and Ann summed it up nicely.
Great. So I took the time, of course, I'm in a better position than the commission and I knew it was coming in. So I went to Ryan Percival and I asked him what he thought about this situation. And he felt that it would be best if the town Conservation Commission hired a third-party review. And one of the reasons was the fact that it's so in the weeds with the Wetlands Protection Act. He felt that it would not be the best place for the town engineering department to kind of weigh in on that information. So that was his answer, and it's what I expected. You know, we're kind of beyond what we've ever asked our town engineering department to review. I think maybe the first flush and over the plans and information could have worked with the town engineer, but to dedicate the amount of time that it would take to get into this is something that Ryan just felt like it would be better to go out and get some expertise help. So that's his answer.
Okay. Any questions or comments from commission members? If you would raise your hand. Brian?
So it seems like both Ann and Ryan made reasonable statements, reasonable logic behind it. Presumably, the counter to that would be what? Time? Is that what you, Jack, and Maureen are concerned about? The time it would take for a third-party review?
Just somewhat, because you'd have to, you know, they'd have to be available. You know, I know just sometimes even getting a wetland consultant can take a few weeks, and, you know, we're trying to move this forward. So it really was time. I understand Ryan's position though, and I respect that decision. I've always had a good relationship with him, but it's really time.
Okay, now, but also, at least from what Chuck said, Ryan said, he was concerned about having the time to put in to do the analysis properly. So you may still have a time issue, even if it were to go to Ryan, right?
Depending on Ryan's schedule. The biggest hurdle for us is we feel it really affects the design for us. If we're held to the letter of the law and this is considered new construction and we have to meet 100% of the stormwater standards, it really limits the type of design we can do for this project. So when we met with you last time, I went through it. We're trying pervious pavement, small footprint, try to limit the amount of impact to the wetlands. If I have to go fully compliant, I'm going to have to widen the footprint, put in a conventional stormwater system, bring in fill, but I need some guidance either from the DEP reviewer or whoever's doing the review on this, where we stand. I don't want to design it twice, but I don't want to have to do that to the client.
Mhm. So then, no more questions for me. An observation, a comment would be that I'm inclined to lean towards going with the third-party review just based on the what Ann has said and what Ryan has said through Chuck. Having said that, Anika, back to you.
Okay, thank you, Brian. Any other commission member comments? Go ahead and raise your hand and unmute. Not seeing any. I concur with what you're saying, Brian.
I think Maureen had her hand up.
Yep, and Maureen?
Hi, so one of the other concerns was, although we disagree with Ann's conclusion on the stormwater, I'm not entirely convinced that the project is actually required to meet stormwater management standards because it's less than 4 lots. And that was our initial take, and that was what we initially filed with the commission, was that we're actually exempt from stormwater management. And when Ann came back with her initial review, she says, no, we're subject to it. And Jack and I had a meeting of the minds, and it was, okay, well, I think we fit in this redevelopment as kind of a worst case scenario. And if we can make the project work under a redevelopment, let's proceed with that. So that's where we came back with Ann and said, we think it's a redevelopment. Obviously, it's up to the discretion of the commission as to if you want to do a third-party review or not. I think the concern also is cost. If the project really isn't subject to stormwater management standards, we were hoping to initially get the town engineer's feedback. Well, is it subject to the stormwater management standards? Yes or no? Would it be considered a redevelopment? Yes or no? And then move forward from there. So that was the thought about reaching out to the town engineer.
So it sounds like I thought some of these issues had been settled previously. I didn't know that some of those more fundamental questions were still at play with the stormwater aspect of this. I'm just going to ask Ian to chime in on that. Do you have any comments on that, Ian?
Yeah, I mean, I think Maureen's correct. We fundamentally disagree. The commission may or may not have picked up on this. When I first wrote my memo, I agreed with Maureen and Jack. And I had reached out to the department because whenever I comment on things, sometimes I'll reach out to the department and say, am I going in the right direction? Because as a peer reviewer, I don't want to hold someone to a standard that's not accurate. And I was impatient. So I sent my memo out to you. And then the next day, DEP called me back and was like, oh, no, it's this, this, and this. And so I actually submitted a revised memo. So I completely understand the logic of how they got to where they are. I mean, I think this is something that a seasoned engineer experienced in stormwater management design can help to vet, you know, like what the real answer is. And I'm not experienced enough in stormwater management and in the standards to, once you get into a standard and it says, if this is the condition and you can't do this, then do this, that maybe isn't a redevelopment standard, but is something in the regs that acknowledges that sometimes, I mean, there are certain situations where soils aren't appropriate for infiltration. And when that's the case, you don't have to meet the infiltration standards. And so I'm just not familiar enough when you kind of get jammed in a corner like this, even if it has to meet the stormwater management standards. What's the answer if it can't fully comply with some minutia of it? Is that important? And that's where I think a peer reviewer experience in reviewing stormwater and this kind of stuff could be of benefit to the whole discussion.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from commission members or members of the public? I'll just offer it up to members of the public. If you are a member of the public and you would like to speak, please go over to reactions button at the bottom of the screen to the raise hand function. I don't see anything, so I think at this point we should. So I'm in favor of third-party review, and I would just like to ask each commission member to chime in on that, whether their thoughts on third-party review.
Do we need a motion first to vote on that, or we just poll in for opinions?
Chuck, can you confirm? Do we need to vote on that?
You're muted, Chuck. You're still muted, Chuck.
Okay, so I think that you should ask for a motion and then see where this lands. I think
Okay.
everyone understands where we're
Okay.
at.
Okay, in that case, I'll ask for a motion.
I'll make a motion to vote on whether or not to seek a third-party review.
I'll second that motion.
Can I just offer, so
Yeah.
to be more specific, I think, Brian, you're asking for a third-party review by a professional engineer of the question of whether or not the question of the applicability of the stormwater standards to this project.
No, we want the
Oh, why not?
engineer to review the stormwater, to do a stormwater review on this project and answer that question also.
Okay, so we'd like third-party review to do a stormwater review of the project and to address the question of whether the or the applicability of the stormwater standards.
I'll accept the amendment. Having said that.
Okay, there's a
Brian,
motion with an amendment. Is there a second on that?
Sorry.
I'll second the revised motion.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead and vote.
In that case, Brian Rowe votes in. I approve the motion to seek a third-party review as specified in the amendment.
Martha Moore in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
John Sullivan.
Anika Scanlon in favor. Okay. Thank you. Is there anything else about this project tonight, or is that about it?
I just have one thing. I'm hoping when it goes out to the peer review, I'm hoping whoever does it doesn't do a full stormwater analysis right away. We're really looking to have this
No, that makes
first
sense.
answer. Okay, so it's
Yeah.
really 2 steps. It's fine if it, it's going to go for a peer review, but I don't want them to waste time doing this full-blown review if we're going to have a difference of opinion on the.
I ask that that question, however it's phrased, be sent to me, and I can send that out, and then the depending on the answer, follow up with full review.
Okay.
So that would be very handy. I expect you two to collaborate on that, Anne and Jack,
Yep.
and Maureen.
Sure.
3.
So, do you think we should continue for a month then? Just so.
Just to give us time.
Yeah, and then we can see where we are in a month. I mean, that may not be enough time, but at least to keep the ball moving.
So the second meeting in July is July 27th. So we could get a motion.
I'll make a motion to continue this this public hearing to July 27th.
Second that motion. Brian Bowe in favor.
Martha Moore in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
John Sullivan in favor.
Anika Scanlon in favor.
Can I ask one quick question? Does the commission know if it's going to be in person for the 27th, hybrid or virtual?
So we
To be
can,
determined.
yeah, hold on. We can be hybrid until December at this point.
That's
So
fantastic.
the question hasn't been asked to the commission yet, whether they want to come back or not. So that's our options, and we don't have any decision in July. And I would suspect, being a vacation month, might be easier just to get through July with Zoom and ask the question later on.
Okay, great. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thanks.
Thank you.
too.
Thank you.
Okay. Chuck, I think the
Sure.
next public hearing, 550 West Street, I understand that the applicant has requested that this be continued. So unless you have anything more on that, I'll request a motion.
It's July 13th if someone wants to make that motion.
Okay.
I move that we continue the hearing on 550 West Street until July 13th.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion and second. Go ahead, Brian.
Brian Bowe in favor.
Martha Moore in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
John Sullivan in favor.
Anika Scanlon in favor. Okay. Chuck, I think in this point you wanted to take something a little bit out of order, a discussion about townwide permits.
Sure. I think just to fill in, I guess, the quick zero small lane and the 550 West Street, we were going to take first the Trails Committee and their request to extend their townwide maintenance trail permit, which allows them to maintain approximately, well, I'm going to say 15 to 16 miles of trail throughout town on somewhere around 700 acres of conservation land and town forest land. Tonight we have Kathy Kelly with us to discuss this, but I brought it up to the commission at the last meeting, and I let the commission know that when this first came out in late 2008, that it was worked on by a committee, and a lot of work went into this trail permit. I guess you can say this with anything, that it's not perfect, and what makes it perfect is teamwork, is the ability to ask questions and to know what makes sense and what doesn't make sense. And I think the one thing about the Trails Committee is that there have been a consistent group for a long time. Kathy, is Will in this mix somewhere? I don't see his name, but I'm not sure. I know it's not Lori.
Oh, I apologize. Will's supposed to be here. I'm not sure. I just texted him. If we
Sure.
continue this discussion beyond just asking for a extension, I would need someone with more of a history with the trails. So
I think that I gave a pretty good history the last time, and Will may come in. Let's see with Kathy's the chair of the Trails Committee, and right now it's we're looking at a permit. I personally would like to have this permit considered for a 5-year extension. I think that 5 years is the most you could do, but it would make sense to have it lapse in like the winter time when the Trails Committee isn't doing so much work. And then they could come in, and if that point the commission wanted to ask for, I mean, your options are to ask for a brand new order of conditions or extend the permit. It's widely known and discussed with the chair and vice chair that it's not a favorable situation for DEP to approve general permits because they can't measure the amount of impacts that happen over time. And as you know, that this permit now is like 12 years old. But would we get the same permit, and would it allow us to? Would it allow the Trails Committee to do work the way that it needs to be done? And for instance, I was walking. I think it's Lynn Village, their entrance at Lynn Village. I think I was there a week ago, and I walked back there this morning, and I was showing the volunteer group the pile of pea stone and where it should go. And there was a tree across the trail, which just happened over the last 4 or 5 days. Maybe it happened the night before. I'm not sure. And something like that we want to have as part of kind of a pre-approved process of getting that done. I mean, it's hard enough to get somebody out there and do that. But to have it pre-approved and to have the ability to kind of like make those reactions as you see things happen makes a lot of sense. So I guess with that, that's the beauty of the trail permit. And I think the other part that's good about it is it really helps the Trails Committee concentrate on the work that they have to do and not the process that has to happen behind the work. So anyways, I don't know if there's any questions from the committee at this point, but since Will's not here, I'll aid as much as I can, aid Kathy as much as I can, and hopefully we can proceed.
Kathy, is there anything else you want to add? Go ahead.
Stated that perfectly. And my only question is, I want to clarify, is this extension we're talking about without changes in the order of conditions? So this would remain status quo until we decide to take it up again?
There can't be any changes made to the order if we extend it. That's the only thing on the table tonight is the extension.
Yeah, and so I feel like I can speak for the Trails Committee where that's what we talked about in our last meeting and being in favor of. So I would say that's acceptable. And I add again, check what you said about just being able to flow with things that fall down. I have to say, I know where that tree is, and I overstepped that one. Right, a couple weeks ago it fell, and I forgot I noticed it. Yeah.
So any questions from the commission? I think, Anika, you were
there. I just wanted to, first of all, I want to thank you, Kathy, after all the meetings and stuff that you already spent time doing. Thank you for coming tonight to this. My original impetus in sort of thinking about these permits and asking you here and stuff like that, it was originally I originally looked at this and thought, hey, this was drafted in 2009. It was re-upped in 2016, and now it's 2022. Maybe we should sit down and look at this and kind of refresh it and just, but I think if we did that, it would put the extension in jeopardy.
Yeah, so
And I
Yeah.
think between those two, for me, the more important part is, you know, this document takes a long time to get to a place where it's a living document and it's functional. It sounds
Mhm.
like it's pretty much there right now. So based on that, I think a smarter decision is to extend it. You know, unless we're missing something really huge about resource areas, or if there's something else from a wetlands protection standpoint or riverfront protection that needs to be cut. But I can't imagine things have changed that dramatically in town. Plus, I've also seen like really good hands-on work by yourself and your team, and also in coordination with Chuck on this. So I think a lot of stuff is getting worked out organically behind the scenes as it's supposed to happen. So I'm just trusting that process and what's already happening. I'm more in favor of just extending this while we have the opportunity to kind of save resources, and just let's get this moving to the next deadline. And maybe, Chuck, to your point, I don't know if you were hinting at this, but maybe we set a deadline somewhere of like, you know, in the winter time, so that, you know, for however many, you know, months or years out, set the deadline date sometime in the winter time so that it doesn't conflict with activities that the town forests and trails committees are taking care of. So that's just my 2 cents, and I want to see if anybody else on Conservation Commission has comments. Martha and Thor, I did see your hand up. I'll get back to you. So first Martha, then Brian.
I think I'm fine with extending it as written. I am a little concerned about not giving the full 5 months because, I mean, 5 years. I'd rather have us do the conversation perhaps in February or something like that. But I would rather have us extend it the full 5 years, and then we could come back to it earlier than that, just because I don't want to have it expire if we don't get to it in time. And from this year's experience, with November and December having only one conservation meeting each, we tend to get kind of backlogged middle of the winter. So I would hate to see the permit expire just because we had too many other things on our plate through the winter. So I'd like to aim to renew it in March or February, but give as much time as possible to the permit.
5 years is the maximum.
Thank you. Brian?
Yeah. So in general, I'm for this almost entirely. I do have 2 examples I can think of, a pro and a con, that I want to at least talk about. The first, from the pro perspective, was the recent work that was done on Town Forest Appreciation Day to repair the boardwalk. I thought that went well. There was a hiccup in that some material was left in the wrong place, and yet when it was mentioned, Tim went down there very quickly and cleaned it up. So I think that's great. I think that's the way it should work, where there's quick reaction to comments like that. So then what's the con side? The con worries me more about the area Chuck was just talking about. That was an area where there was a certain length of the path that was approved to be repaired and adding some stone, because over the years it had been kicked out or whatever. What happened is too much was put down there in the pile, which resulted in too much being put down on the path. So it was higher than it should be. It was going to get kicked over into the wetlands. So then the excess was moved, raked or whatever, further down the path. And yet, in spite of moving a fair amount more material along the path where it wasn't originally intended, there still was a pile left for a long time. So my concern is that it wasn't corrected quickly enough. I mean, I actually walked the area with Chuck initially, and we had guesstimated the amount of material that was needed. And so I would have thought it'd been better to have more of the proper amount of material and then a quicker adjustment when in fact some mistakes were made. So to me, those are the two sides of the coin. Repairing the boardwalk went very well with an adjustment. The one down by the school, I don't think went well at all. So those are my two concerns. I heard Chuck just say that 5 years is the maximum. So I didn't realize that before this. So talking on the fly, I'm thinking that perhaps we could approve it, we could extend it for some period of time, a year, 9 months, to allow it to not expire, and yet give some time to discuss mechanisms where these kind of situations can be addressed more quickly.
Can I just add something, please?
Absolutely.
Brian, I don't think you have all the facts on both those.
Could be true.
So just want to state that.
Sure. So let me fill in what happened. So I thought their response to that situation was quick, and I was out there. I know that. So what came up in kind of like the email conversations is, and I'm part of those emails because I'm the liaison to the committee. I think Kathy reached out to her committee members, and 2 volunteered right away to move the material. What slowed it down a little bit was I did want to make sure that that the correct amount of material was taken off the trail. So I had to set up a site visit, and we had to decide where this material was going. But I don't think it was any longer than a week, maybe a little bit more. Now the pile of unused material did sit at the top of that hilly area it's still there now. There's not a lot there, and we actually just this morning showed the volunteer group where to put that. I think with a situation like that, you wouldn't, I mean, just think about it, Brian. They spread out the trail. We came down, told them to move it. They moved it over and spread it out more, but there was some left. I think they probably felt like maybe we should just not do anything with that until we have a new direction. And I think that's why the pile stayed there. It wasn't, I guess in all respect, it wasn't a smooth operation to kind of get that where we had it, but I'm not gonna, what if the DPW brought less material, and that's not the fault of the Trails Committee? There was just so much material there, and they were told to put it on one section of the trail. I guess everybody is going to make mistakes, but it's what you do after it's identified that makes things work out. And I thought the response time was pretty darn quick. And if this isn't a good example of that, I know that any tree that falls down or anything that happens, these guys are usually right on top of it. So I guess we have 2 different opinions about what happened. And maybe some of that was the amount of time it took you and me to get down there to look at it in the first place. So that could have led to it also. So hearing that, Brian,
So I don't know that we have distinctly different opinions. Maybe it's some different flavor into it. I guess in my mind, a way to deal with this is similar to when we approve a project and before it starts, there's a pre-activity meeting. And perhaps in this case, because it was important to get enough and not too much stone in place, that might have been a useful thing to do, to have
We
somebody.
did, Brian, we did do that. We had a site visit with DPW and we agreed on the amount of stone. It turned out that they delivered more than we expected and we did the best we could, then solve the problem within 2 days.
Okay,
I don't
so,
think this is an issue of a trails permit. It's an issue of an operation.
okay, so fine, let me go back. So what my point was going to be was DPW brought it, but I'm talking about a pre-activity meeting with, in this case, somebody from conservation, because we had talked about the concern about there being too much stone on the path, which would then get kicked or whatever, moved into the wetlands. So that was.
Brian, conservation was at the meeting. Conservation was there. We had a pre-meeting at the site. Conservation, DPW, and Trails.
And who was there?
Chuck,
Okay.
Jeff Cummings, Chris
Okay,
Paul.
so it's all Chuck's fault, is what you're saying.
no.
No, I'm actually saying that this isn't a
Yeah,
problem with the permit. Chuck has been wonderful with this. I'm saying.
It's fine. The last line was apparently a poorly executed joke, but.
Yeah.
So Brian, you have to admit that all that happened. We went down with the
Within a
DPW.
week.
We talked about it at our monthly DPW meeting. We set up a site visit. Chris Cole came down. I was there. You were there. Kathy was there. I think another Trails Committee member was there. Maybe even more than that. We asked Chris to do the calculation to figure out how much we need. Oh, Jeff Cummings was there, the highway supervisor. So we had all those things in place, and I think what we're talking about is, even though those things are in place and something goes wrong, what happens? Because we did that pre-activity meeting, we did talk about it, and I know that reviewing it when I was there, I was surprised that there was more material down than we had asked for. But again, Kathy, you're only able to tell somebody what to do, and if they do more than you've asked and their heart's into the project, I mean, you can't tell me that those guys didn't think that they were doing a good job. But when we went down and discussed it, it was decided right away that things would be moved. Kathy said, I'll meet you there, and I think the material was moved pretty darn quickly.
Yeah.
That might be a tough one to talk about, but I do think that everything happened well or quickly. It was rough, though. It was a little rough as far as.
Okay, so in the interest of wrapping this up, so I'll accept that, Kathy and you talked and Kathy got on it right away. Those things were not visible to me. That's fine. I accept that. So I think maybe then the concern, which should not be a blocking concern, is just to be sure that in fact these kind of things are followed up on, and whatever is possible is discussed ahead of time. Because I agree, people are going to make mistakes, but sometimes better preparation minimizes mistakes or even eliminates them. So I don't want to belabor this forever, but I think it wasn't done perfectly well, not that anything ever is, which means you always look for ways to make things better. That's what I'm talking about.
And I just want to add one more thing about the Pine Ridge Trail Bridge, the project. I'm not sure what you mean about wood being stored there. There were 2 boards left under there for a repair that was done over the winter. And we were leaving them there in case a new board needed to be replaced because it was pretty in bad shape. We didn't stock anything there before the project.
Yeah, I wasn't implying it was stuck there. I was implying it was left in the wetlands.
Under the bridge, under the boardwalk, yeah.
Right off to the side of it, but yeah.
No,
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, I went down there and I saw it, so it was just off to
was-
the side. But anyway, that one I thought actually went well in general, so let's not belabor that one either.
I just don't think you have the facts. I'll leave it at that.
There was another hand raised, I thought it was THOSG.
So is all the commission members set? Are you ready to go to the public? Is that what you're saying?
I'm sorry, I guess
Uh,
there was a break there. Brian, I didn't mean to cut you off. Did you
No.
have any other comments?
I was just wondering if any
Okay.
other commissioners had comments prior to going to
Yep,
turning this
that's
over
a good
to
question.
the public.
But I haven't seen any other hands raised from other commission members, so I assume not. So at this point, my dog is barking, and so let's go to who's THOSG, because they keep raising their hand and lowering it. Does anybody know who that is? Kathy, is it possible that's
No,
Will
no,
or another
that's not.
member?
I'm trying to
Okay.
talk to Will right now. He's having trouble getting in.
Yeah, I don't think that's Will. And
Maybe Tom.
I don't think that THOSG is part of this meeting because I don't see the hand raise function happening now.
Oh, they're
So-
unmuted, so THOSG, can you just
Hello,
identify
can you
yourself?
hear me? I
Um,
can't get on the meeting. Chuck muted me and said he won't allow me in the meeting.
He did that to me too. You must be special. Could you just introduce yourself, please?
Hi, I'm Tom Gardner. I was in charge of the Trails Committee for 15 years.
There you go.
Hey, Tom.
Okay, and
Welcome.
all we want to do is extend this thing 5 years. I don't know what you're talking about stones being dropped in places and we left a board in behind. There was nothing when we started 15 years ago. Just extend us 5 more years. That's it. Bye-bye.
Okay, thanks for your input. Okay,
I never would have thought that was Tom Gardner, THOSG.
I thought it was.
Joe, go ahead.
Sure. So just sort of point of order clarification, because I'm hearing plenty of support, and personally, I'm all in favor of just extending this for 5 years and moving on with our meeting. So what exactly are we looking for a motion here? Would this be a motion to extend the, I don't know, I have the permit number in the minutes here. This is Trails Committee General Permit 270-0568 for 5 years. Do we need to specify an end date? Should I
No,
specify
just- you can
February
just-
2027.
No, it's 5 years from the date of issuance. So I just look back on the permit and find what date that was, and it would be 5 years from.
Or date of,
So-
you mean date of expiration?
Well,
Because
like,
date of
if it says July
5 years to
1st.
date of issuance is 2014.
So if it says July 1st, it's going to be 5 years from this July 1st. Okay.
Can you give us, 5 years,
I don't
So
have the date in front of
2020
me. So you guys
just
have
say
the
for
permit.
5 years?
You could look at the extension that was sent out, and it says on that extension, I don't have that with me, with my material. It says that this permit is extended until. And then, well, it's actually going to be confusing because then on top of that, then there's the tolling period.
Well, that's the thing, Chuck, is the permit you sent us, it was signed May 11, 2016.
Right.
So if you're talking 5 years after that, that was last May.
No, I'm not. I'm
Like, was that the expiration date? And then there's the COVID. So the COVID extension. So
when it was issued, it gets 3 years. And then during those next 3 years, it was extended through COVID for 462 days. And I think I have that correct.
I'm sure you do. I'm sure
Yeah,
you do.
and
Why
I
don't
think
we
I
just
sent
say-
it in an email also, so that's why
Yeah,
I didn't
so
expect this question, so I'm not
I'll
prepared with
entertain-
those answers.
I'll
But
entertain a motion.
quite
to
simply,
extend
most
this
people just say,
for
we'll
5
extend
years.
it for 5 years. And then
And-
the rest of the back office work happens at the office.
Yeah, we'll let Chuck figure out what the actual date is. So I'll entertain a motion.
Right. In that case, I would like to move that we extend the Trails General Permit for 5 years from its current date of expiration, incorporating the extended tolling period from COVID-19.
Did it, Joe? Thank you.
Beautiful. Do I have a second?
I second.
Okay, any discussion?
Yeah, I just want to say that in the conversation, the one thing that I would have added that I think needs to happen is I think that it's important to help the scouts and the other people doing work when something in the trail permit. So who's supposed to know about the trail permit? Well, the Trails Committee is, right? So when someone comes in and say, look, I have a project and we're going to do this to the trail, or we're going to have, this is my project, they should know immediately what you know, if it's something that's covered on the permit, or if it's something that needs to happen to have to go to conservation. I would say those are the things that that I think that needs to be worked on with the scout groups. But outside of that, and I think you know, for the most part, this has been a smooth operation. It's always been pretty smooth between me and Kim H, and it's worked out. And like Brian said, nothing's going to be perfect. It's all about who is actually, you know, doing the work and how they communicate. So, you know, I just wanted to add that. I mean, almost like a driver's test. What requires conservation approval and what doesn't require conservation approval. Those should be known hands down.
Okay.
I think Will must have just gotten in and he's.
I know, but we're in the middle of a vote, so
Okay.
I wanted to ignore Will.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay,
So
we had a motion. Do we have a second?
John seconded it.
Okay.
Brian Bowe in favor.
Martha Moore in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
John Sullivan in favor.
Anika Scanlon in favor. So, Will Finch, if you're here.
yeah,
we
let's hear from
just-
Will now.
I'm just going to let you know that we have just approved the townwide public trails maintenance permit
For 5
for an
years.
additional 5 years.
Yeah, that's great. I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to review all the language. I had another procedure today, but
I hope
that's not an excuse. That's just an explanation.
no. I hope you're doing well. We didn't touch any of the language. We just extended for 5 years.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for getting on here. We're gonna heal up and we're gonna move on with our other permits.
Sure.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Kathy.
Take care.
Thanks for coming out.
All right. So Joe, you have your hand up. I'm not sure if that's just a artifact
It's,
of.
as note taker, that was Will Finch.
Yes.
Yep.
2 minutes. Thank you.
So we had 2 of these to do, another general permit for the engineering department, but I'm okay doing it at the end of the meeting and getting back to our schedule.
That's fine.
Okay. And we have Andrew with us and we have Brian, you had a question or no?
Oh, I was just
Sorry,
gonna
Andrew,
point
the
out-
screen
I was gonna
keeps
point out
moving.
that Andrew was in the waiting room, but that obviously.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Andrew, welcome. Thanks for joining us, Andrew.
Yes, sorry I'm
Um,
late, so I am present
that's
now
okay.
at 8:06.
Appreciate it. So we've gotten through Zero Small Lane. We continued 550 West Street. We just voted to approve the townwide public trails maintenance permit for 5 years. And now we're on to the DPW townwide.
We're just going to shelf that till the end of the meeting so we can, if that's,
Okay,
unless you want to, I just think that took so
I think-
long that we probably want to get back to this.
it's my opinion that I think we've already worked through all the discussions about continuing these.
Okay.
So I think we could probably vote on
Okay, well,
continuing
let
the
me just
townwide.
give it a shot.
Okay,
So the DPW has the same type of permit, and it's lapsing on August 22nd. And they need that for unexpected work that comes up during the course of the week. Certainly during the day, but also at night, 24-hour weekends and things like that. This permit that we're extending was worked on back in 2014, I believe, with me and George Samboris. And DEP had asked us to take out any work that had to do with alteration of land underwater, bank, things like that. So none of that work is in it. In the past, the DPW department could dredge out about 5 to 7 feet in front of the end of a culvert on both sides of the street just to try to clear that. Unfortunately, the DPW didn't renew their permit in time, and we had to write a new one. And at that time, Pam Merrill said that because you can't quantify the amount of disturbance and you have something to the effect of 5,000 square feet of disturbance in some of these situations and less in others, and sometimes you have to, trigger, other permits with your disturbance, that she didn't want us to have any of that in there. So we rewrote the entire permit, taking any of that out. So right now, if you've read it over, it allows mostly street cuts, head walls, and repaving and things like this day-to-day operation. Over on Walkersburg Drive, there was some sewer line, or was it sewer or water? I'm not sure. Line that was kept cracking and breaking down there, and the DPW department was able to use this permit to repair that work without coming to the Conservation Commission, because A, it was an emergency, B, it was general maintenance. They did let me know what they were doing and when it was over. And through that process, I was able to ask Anika Scanlon, who works across the street, to keep an eye on it also as she was going back and forth to work. So this is the same as the trail permit, allowing certain projects to be done. Anything over anything new, anything over a certain level has to be presented by the DPW department to the Conservation Commission. And again, the caveat with this is I've been working with Ryan since 2011, with Chris Cole since 2011. I think everyone else in the engineering department have come on after that, and it generally works. Oh, Peter Reinhardt since 2011. It generally works because of the relationship between the Conservation Commission and the DPW. Because in all honesty, if they needed to do a project for health and safety, for keeping the town running, they're probably just going to end up doing it. And I can tell you honestly that for the most part, I've been told about every project before it happens, and the ones that I haven't been told about, I've been told about during the operation. And that was because they just had to get out there. So I don't know if there's any questions I can answer about this, but that's the rundown. This is a needed permit for the town to keep running day to day.
okay, any discussion on that? Please raise your hand. Seeing none. I'm in favor of approving the townwide,
This would be for 3 years.
the DPW townwide general permit 270-0638 for 5 years. Sorry, for 3 years.
Thank you.
You said 3?
3, yeah. So it says
Okay.
5, it says
Yeah,
5
it does
there,
say
but
5.
that's not what we're,
Okay,
we're asking for.
okay. I'm in favor of that, and I'll entertain a motion to approve that.
I'll move that we extend the DPW Townwide General Permit 270-0638 for 3 years beyond its current expiration.
I second that. Brian Bowe in favor.
Martha?
Oh, sorry, Martha Moore in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
John Sullivan.
Go ahead, Andrew.
Andrew Driven in favor.
Anika Scanlon in favor. Okay, thank you, everybody. Thanks, Chuck.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so we have 31 Harold Ave. Do you want me to read the script on that?
Sure.
All right, so we are going to continue the public hearing on a request for determination of applicability filed by Yongcheng Yu and Rong Ron under the Massachusetts Wetland Protection Act, MGL Chapter 131, Section 40, and the Reading Wetland Protection Bylaw, Section 7.1, for the construction of a deck with 8 to 12-inch diameter concrete footings. 2 sections of the deck will cantilever over the 35-foot buffer zone by 3 feet. No trees will be removed or site grading will be performed during this project. All work is within the buffer zone of a bordering vegetated wetland. The application and plans can be viewed on the Conservation Division page under Projects by Year, Assessor's Map 39, Lot 83, RCC file number 2022-6, 31 Harold Ave. I see Jack Sullivan is here.
Yep.
We received 2 options, 2 site plans.
Yep.
Just if you could do a brief recap of what those 2 options look like.
Okay, for the record, Jack Sullivan, owner of the Sullivan Engineering Group. Chuck Katie is the homeowner. If you see her on, you can.
Yes, I
unmute
do.
her.
Yeah. So there you go, Katie.
Okay. So I went out to the site. So just to refresh everyone's memory, there were a few questions on this site. There's a 28-inch tree that the owner was going to retain and try to construct the deck, keeping that tree in place. Upon the site walk, 2 commission members noted the tree was in bad shape. It was rotting out. So when I actually went out the next day with the homeowners and we looked at it, I sent some pictures to Chuck. The tree's really rotted out. There's a hole in it, and we sent pictures to Chuck. Just it's on its way out. So they didn't have an arborist who could come look at it this quickly for this meeting, but if Chuck shares that photo, you can see that's a 28-inch tree. It's totally rotted out, and that's a piece we took from inside to show you. It's rotted. And I did update the plan. There were some grass clippings by flag 6A. I showed where those are now and they're to be removed. So option 1 is basically the same plan you saw last time. As far as the deck construction, there'd be 2 areas that cantilever less than 3 feet into the 35-foot no structure zone. Now the 28-inch tree would be removed, and the commission had talked about some plantings since the grass extends out to the wetland areas, specifically between flags 4A and 6A. But with this option 1, what I told the homeowners was the commission had some concerns with cantilevering over the 35 feet, even though it's an open deck. So what we offered here is, since we're removing a 28-inch tree, we're cantilevering 2 spots. We're proposing 2 3-inch caliper northern red oaks to be planted, and then 15 shrubs, native shrubs, 3 different species to be planted from 0 to 15 feet, as I show on the plan. So that's option 1. That's the preferred option. The owners had told me that they have a contractor lined up for this. They didn't realize it would go a few meetings. I told them that can happen in Reading. It can go a few meetings. So we did provide an option 2 as well, which is, again, the 28-inch tree to be removed. In this case, we would only cantilever in one spot over the 35-foot area, and that's just to allow access from, they're going to cut in a door off the back of the house, so it would allow access onto the deck. And then the other area where we previously were cantilevered, they'd angle that now to meet the 35-foot no structure zone. And still, they'd be proposing 1 3-inch caliber northern red oak, and we do a total of 6 native shrubs, 2 different species between flags 4A and 6A, as we discussed at the last hearing. So we wanted to put both options on the table. We're hoping we can have some discussion. Obviously, option 1 is the owner's preferred option. If the commission feels option 1's doesn't work, then option 2, we would hope you'd be able to approve. So I'll turn it back to the commission. But everything else is the same as you saw before on the plan.
Okay, Jack, thank you. Just quickly before I open it up to questions from commission members, the red dots, those are the locations of the footings?
Correct.
Okay, thanks. In that case, I will open it up to commission members. Please raise your hand if you have any questions. Questions or comments? Martha?
I'm curious why, when the tree that is dying and full of carpenter ants is a red maple, why you're putting in northern red oaks. Is there a reason for that choice of tree?
I think I was going to put another red maple back, but for some reason at the last meeting, I thought someone said they'd rather see a red oak, so I just put a red oak, but it could be a red maple.
Yeah, this is no problem.
Like I thought for some reason I said a red maple and someone said they'd rather see a red oak at the last meeting, but I could be wrong about that. And if the commission wants a red maple, we're more than willing to do that.
I would prefer to see red maple go in. And I guess my preferred plan is the option 1 plan, where we get more natural vegetation restored. And I'm willing to compromise on the cantilever to gain a lot more of that zone of natural vegetation. I also note that on this plan, it only shows a couple of the concrete bounds, but there are actually on the original order of conditions, it shows many more concrete bounds at all of the sort of corners of the conservation restriction area. And reading over the instructions about what's allowed in the conservation restriction, I wonder whether there ought to be less lawn and more natural vegetation in that conservation restriction area. And so that would be my preference, is to go with as much natural vegetation as we can reasonably request.
Well, it's up to you. You need to decide what makes, what's the best for the habitat. You don't have to decide out of the 2 options that were given to you. You can add to these 2 options.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. Brian?
Yeah, I was just wondering, Jack, what is the width in the option where you have reduced the cantilevering? What's the width between the 2 sides of the house, the deck?
Give me 1 second. I'll look that up.
Yeah, 'cause I think you wrote in a narrative or something that it became very narrow and difficult to walk through. So I'm trying to understand how narrow.
Sure.
I should be playing the Jeopardy theme song.
Let me see. Hold on. So with the extension out into the 35-foot zone with from the corner of the house to the corner of that extension, it's 7.5 feet.
And what does that get reduced to?
And we were not proposing to reduce that. Let me see. The one we were proposing to reduce is that where we show if in front of you, see how it says 35.5? That was the area that was extending out. We cut that back right there. Someone's pointing to it there. But we're still proposing to cantilever in that one spot where the dying tree is.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Any other comments from commission members on this? Andrew, go ahead.
Yeah, hello. Thanks for coming back and talking about this. Chuck, how many cantilevers are allowed? Like, can you have 6 3-foot cantilevers on a project? And is there some sort of limit to it?
Good question, Andrew. I don't know the answer. I just know it's allowed at the discretion of the commission. I don't know. I don't know in the past. This was somewhat new to me, and I've been doing this a long time. I didn't even know this was on the books until about 6 months ago.
Yeah, so Andrew, was that a building question or or a
Yeah.
concept? So this is the first time that I've noticed that anyone used this. When I read this, I thought it meant, the bump out windows. I thought like for that, I thought that's what it was talking about, for a bump out window that didn't touch the ground. I can see how this applies also, but but to add to that, I know that it's up to the Conservation Commission. So this is the first time that it's come up that I remember, since 2011. It is in the regulations. It hasn't been used a lot.
So do we have much precedent in allowing I know I've had one since I've joined where we allowed a cantilever, but then the client came back and decided just to work around it.
Yep.
I will say, I will chime in that the test case for this was a property off of Lowell Street between the center of town and REI. There's a street to the right. Is it Azalea? No, it's not Azalea Circle. Zachary? Man, I'm getting my street names all messed up. But there's a street on the right there. And there was a property that was developed. And it went through a number of iterations, and the cantilevered, one of the comments came down to, well, it's a cantilevered window frame, so does that really, that's going into the 35-foot, is that okay? And we gave that one exception on that one project, and that kind of got that concept worked into the regs when the regs were redone. So by way of understanding, it was, if I pulled out a map, I could tell you which site it was. I might do that later. I don't want to slow us down. So another comment from Brian. So go ahead.
Brian, you're muted.
You're muted. Unless Andrew, did I cut you off? Was there other?
You can go back to
things?
Brian. It's okay.
Okay.
I actually don't need to have my hand raised. For some reason, it's ignoring my lower
Okay.
hand command, but I'm all set.
Okay, all right, all right. Yeah, it's hard to tell sometimes when you want to talk and when you don't. Just wave your hands, you know?
So
And
between the two plans, I definitely prefer the planting plan of the first option. And I know right now the site with flag 1A is not looking very wetlandy. It's very grassy. I would like to see some plantings over there to revegetate that area so it looks more wetlandy, especially since we're calling it wetland per the map. And I mean, honestly, it's not on the table, but I'd prefer to see the door moved to the side of the house so that we don't have to deal with any cantilevers. I don't know what's going on inside, so I can't get much further than that. But it seems like we're unnecessarily making this complicated when we don't have to. But I guess between the two, to be honest, I don't see any reason not to allow both cantilevers between what's on the table here, option 1 and option 2. They're going to have the same effect on the wetlands, in my opinion. So that's how I feel between those two, but I still would like to see an option 3 where we don't have any cantilever. The door gets moved to the side and we still add some vegetation near flag 1A where it's being drawn as wetlands. So add some native plants there as well. Those are
Okay.
my 3 things, I think.
okay, thank you, Andrew. Chuck?
Yeah, as long as I just raised my hand just to make sure that I had an opportunity to talk. I would also like to be very careful about the cantilever options here, and understanding that even in Anika's memory, which and time on the commission, which surpasses everybody here, that she can only remember a dormer or a bay window that used this option or that was allowed to use this option. I also want to say that when you have the cantilevers out there in the 35-foot zone, that anyone walking around the outside, the landscapers, maintenance people, homeowners, they're going to be encroaching into that conservation restriction. That conservation restriction is lawn, and I was hoping that more vegetation would be put into that conservation restriction area so that it doesn't turn into lawn. I do not believe that it's allowed, and it's supposed to be, and it's if it's not allowed in the conservation restriction, certainly the fact that it's the zone of natural vegetation, it shouldn't be grass. So we have an opportunity here to work on that and to, let the homeowner understand the conservation restriction, the zone of natural vegetation, and restore that area, and to, keep the traffic down in that area. I did talk to the neighbor a little bit about their property, which is next to this property, and and there is so much confusion over what the zone of natural vegetation is and what the conservation restriction line is and what the exclusive use area is and what that means and when those lines are, that it was very hard to move forward with just a simple understanding of starting back with the zone of natural vegetations on the 25-foot line. That's supposed to be just vegetation. But it got mixed up with those those 2 other lines out there. So I don't want to forget about that with this opportunity here, but also not the cantilevered aspect of this. I think cantilevered area might be fine in some circumstances, but it wouldn't when it pushes people into the conservation restriction. I think that becomes a problem. I also didn't. I also wondered if all those granite bounds are in place, and if they weren't, that if a motion part of the conditions could be that any missing granite bounds would be replaced. That's what I have.
Okay, thank you, Chuck. I'm just gonna come back to you, Jack, and ask, what is your understanding of what's supposed to be in that edge of exclusive use?
What's supposed to be at the edge of the exclusive use. So the edge of the, I think the edge of the exclusive use is, so the owner of number 31 Harold Avenue, this is really, there's really two homes. There's one lot, there's number 29 and number 31. There's exclusive use areas for each. It's almost like a condominium. Number 31 has exclusive use of the yard in the area that someone's showing right now. They have that, they can use that yard. It can be, I guess it can be grassed. I don't know how everything's ran up on this, but exclusive use gives certain rights to that owner at number 31 for use of the yard.
Well, Jack, would it mean, how does it extend to landscaping? I thought exclusive use means it's theirs to use, given obviously they have to abide by the existing regulations. So if that exclusive use was in the zone of natural vegetation, although it was theirs and theirs alone, like the neighbor couldn't use it, it doesn't mean that it trumps the conservation's regulations.
No. The neighbor couldn't use it if that would be common area. So exclusive, it's an exclusive use to the owner of 31. But you're right, that doesn't go into the landscaping. It just gives them the ability to use that area for what what they want to do. But if any works within your jurisdiction, that it would be subject to your approval.
Okay.
If that makes sense to everyone. It's almost like a condominium, it's there's common areas, there's exclusive use areas, but still to do projects, let's say, within those areas still might require approvals from different town boards. In this case, it would require approval from you guys because it's all this entire property is basically within 100 feet.
Okay. So, I mean, I think what's getting blurry here for me is a combination of terms. Hi, Joe, go ahead.
So can I suggest a different question than the one you asked?
Sure.
Which is, Jack, what is your understanding of what should happen in the conservation restriction? Which Anika asked, what should happen in the, outside the edge of exclusive use? And I think the edge of exclusive use is a red herring here. It's not relevant to conservation. It does happen that starting at those two concrete bounds near the 28-inch tree and going down on the 25-foot line and the edge of exclusive use are the same line. It's part of why this is confusing. But if we I understand that you can't have a building plan that doesn't look at exclusive use because you need to know where you can build. But for conservation review, honestly, I'd be happy to just delete the exclusive use line from this diagram so we could talk about, hey, here's the 25-foot line. It is also a conservation restriction. What is permitted inside that line? What is the current condition of that line? What does the condition behind that line need to be? So if I may ask, Jack, what your understanding of what should happen inside the conservation restriction? What should be there?
Well, I'm surprised it's grassed. I would think that if that was a conservation restriction area, usually that is like a no-touch zone. You set that aside, and it's supposed to stay wooded and more natural. They were not the original owners. I don't know what was done for landscaping back in the day, but you would think with it, and I think that's the reason with these plantings, you're starting to put back, there's going to be two trees that come in, a bunch of shrubs. You're going to start regaining that area, which probably shouldn't be lawn to begin with.
But if it was on the 20, so the conservation restriction seems to coincide with the 25-foot ZNV. And if the plants were moved to the 25-foot ZNV, that would be great because we know what's behind it would grow in. And we would reestablish that at least the 25-foot. That seems to be what's happening. I don't want to bring the neighbor in too much, but one of the other conversations we had is when they bought this section, which is called the CR, the Conservation Restriction Area, they said they were able to go to a lawyer that's their neighbor and what they thought they received was an extension of that exclusive use somehow, where that things were eliminated. Now it was kind of hard to understand that from talking through it, and there was a language barrier. But what I understood was there was a point where they thought it was valuable to them to buy the conservation restriction from whoever held it after Ed Mahoney. And by doing that, they had more use of the back of their house. And that's what they got from their lawyer. And she said that the patio and whatnot in that property were all there, and that she's only been doing planting, but wouldn't want to give up the lawn and what was there. So I don't know what was there when I can't think of that guy's name, Jamie something or other, the developer, when he owned the property. I don't know what it looked like, and but I do know what it looks like now, and it looks like the zone of natural vegetation is lawn. So for this, for the CR, and for on top of the CR, for the zone of natural vegetation, I think the plant should be either doubled or at least moved to the 25-foot line, and then combine that with some option, because I know that the homeowners are giving up something with what they had before.
Right, and the idea was at the last meeting, I think someone said, from the wetland line out, 5 or 10 feet, they'd like to see plantings along flags 4A to 6A. What I'm showing is 0 to 15 feet out, and the idea last time, I think there, it was like a half dozen plantings or in one tree. So we bumped that up. Katie, if you're on and can speak, would you be okay if the plantings came out to the 25-foot line?
25, what's the meaning? 25 means the option 1, 25, these 25 feet plant.
If I think what she's trying to say, see if you can see the screen. Yeah, Chuck, when you pencil
try
that
to
in.
move it. Yeah, I'm trying to highlight it.
That's working good.
25. 哎，于永成，你过来。
Whoops, right in here. There you go. So we just want these plants to be here and here. Sorry,
他
Jack,
说
I'm
要这
really,
样种，要种到这儿来。
really messing that up.
Perhaps spread out.
So which plant, what plant do we have? You mean?
So here's the 25-foot line again, just working with what we have. And then maybe you could add more plants in this area. So there's no lawn, and the lawn never gets cut.
所以他就说这儿没有草地了，要这儿种植物，就后院就没有草地了。
那它是第一个方案，第二个方案。
So this, if we plant 25 plants, so you will accept our option 1?
Joe?
So I can't speak for everyone else in the commission, but I'll offer my own personal direct answer to that, which is that I don't care about 3-foot cantilevers and I care a lot about 25 feet of lawn. So I would happily accept, for my part, I would happily vote in favor of the two cantilevers, the option 1 deck layout, if the homeowner were agreeable to actually restoring the conservation restriction area to its intended state, which is to say that would require considerable plantings, as Chuck has outlined, and establishing no mow beyond the
它这个后面都要种植物，后
boundary.
面没草坪了。
这到底是第一个方案，第二个方案？
第一个方案，他如果那个的话，可以第一个方案。就他 25 feet 的要种到这儿了。
Chuck, by the way, you resized your screen or something, and your markings are not on the drawing in the place where they were before.
种花了，种什么东西？
So
I don't know how
while
you're doing
Chuck's moving
markup,
the
but it's-
drawing,
Trying, yeah. I get it. I get it.
I have to say I have
So
some
we can plant,
trepidation.
we can plant some flowers here, 25 feet.
Yeah, so we would want to see a plan to approve. Mostly it's trees and shrubs that are perennial and native. And Jack is capable of putting that plan together for our review.
So we need another hearing.
I'm not sure we necessarily need another hearing as long as we're agreed going forward. Andrew?
Well, we've done this a number of times, but the tit for tat, if you do some plantings, give us a favor, we'll give you a favor. I'm not comfortable with that, honestly. This is kind of like, this is a violation in some ways, right? Or something that should be handled separately from what we're actually discussing, which is the deck cantilever. I mean, in a way, sure, as long as we're talking about it, let's get the plantings there. But I don't like that it's tied to our acceptance or not of the deck. So I don't know how to handle that administratively, because I do like the idea of getting some plantings to this idea of reestablishing the 25-foot zone of natural vegetation.
Okay.
I'm totally in favor of that, but I don't like that it's tied to the deck approval.
I hear where you're coming from. Martha?
I want to suggest that there are many native shrubs that do have flowers. There are also some nice native flowering trees like flowering dogwood. And perhaps some of the plantings should be not just shrubs, but ground cover kind of layer flowers that would be native flowers that would be shorter than the shrubs, so that we don't just have grass under the shrubs.
So that you've got some native ground cover to fill in that is not lawn.
Right. So I would suggest we could vote today on the proposed deck and have Jack come back to us with the planting plan of exactly what is going to be planted inside the zone of natural vegetation on a future date for us to approve that planting plan.
Okay. Jack, Katie, do you have any comments or response to that? And then I'll go to Joe.
No, I think the homeowner said they're open to the additional plantings. I think on their end, they did say they have a contractor set in mid-July to get going. So they were hoping to kind of, that's why we did two options, trying to figure a way to get through this. But it sounds like option one might be something with the plantings the commission might consider tonight.
Okay. And, and I don't know, I think, I don't know, I don't want to overstep too terribly. I don't want to design the project for you, but, even anything like a New England wildflower seed mix that could be scattered there, or something, as long as it's going to work. Joe, and then Brian. Go ahead, Joe.
Got
Say
it. Sorry,
something. Thanks.
finding my mouse cursor
I get it.
on my other monitor. This is a sort of procedural kind of question, because I do I appreciate what Andy is saying about, the coupling of these things is somewhat artificial, and I agree if we could and especially it sounds like we have a win-win here where, the applicants would like the deck to be approved promptly without waiting for a turnaround of a planting plan. So this is kind of a question about sort of the conservation restriction. In our last meeting, Chuck said something about that being the responsibility of the state. Are we in a position where we could issue a violation for the way that the conservation restriction has been violated? Or would we have to enlist someone else's help? Because if we have the ability to issue a violation, then I feel comfortable saying, let's vote on the deck. Let's ask the applicant to come back with a planting plan for restoring the 25-foot area. We won't block the deck on that. Hypothetically, if the applicant didn't come back, we could then issue a violation. Is that how this works?
I mean, I would let you know that I think you tried to pick the best case scenario of all these things. But if you wanted to be, if you wanted to set them up, I don't know, in a way that would work, is if you wanted to do a violation, that's first. They have to deal with that first. And then you could proceed with this project. So by combining the two,
Go ahead.
You're allowing them to move forward with their project and resolve this violation. That's pretty typical. I don't know of anybody who would want to come back for a violation after they already are in front of the Conservation Commission.
Yeah.
It may make sense on some level, but it doesn't on many other levels. And the only other thing that I want to add to this is an RDA. It's not a notice of intent. We have another meeting in June, don't we?
Nope.
No. So our first meeting is in July 13th.
3 weeks from now.
3 weeks from now. And they have a contractor that's going to start mid-July. With that approval on an RDA, they can start immediately.
Right. So I'm not saying we issue a violation. I'm asking, will we be able to issue one because I understand that, if we issue a negative determination on RDA, they can go to work. And, we can't claw that back or something if they don't come back with a planting plan. But if the violation is sort of a bazooka that would not be used here, in the sense of hypothetically, if they didn't come back with a planting plan in mid-July, while their contractors are already working on the deck, we could then talk about a violation. Because I wouldn't want to let this go without any possible recourse later.
Violation is always a recourse. It just doesn't.
It's not what anybody wants. No, I know.
No, it doesn't make any sense in this situation. I think that you have an opportunity to do it all at once. And I think it's very bad. It's not a great procedural process to ask for an approvable plan after the permit has been approved. The commission should always look at your planting plans to make sure if they're, what you want. I think in this situation, we're not talking about something that wasn't we were presented with a planting plan here. We've asked for more. It's not like it wasn't part of this project.
And the applicant could verbally agree to it tonight and not come back with a planting plan. Is that correct, Chuck?
Well, I'm not, I don't think, I mean, it seems like if someone says that they'll do it, they'll do it. I just think procedurally, it's not a good
You need
idea
more
to
specifics.
do
Yeah.
that.
Okay.
Because you don't know what
Okay.
you're agreeing to. And there might be changes, and where's, you've approved their project, and if
Right.
we get, mired down in the conversation about what this should look like, it's just going to just die on the vine.
Okay. Brian?
Yeah, first, as far as that point goes, I'll just say that in my career, our adage was, if you don't have it in writing, you don't have it. So I would just agree that we should have a written plan we can review. Now, as far as that plan, this is a note to Jack, actually. Jack, when you're talking to the client, you need to make it clear that we're talking about 25 feet, not 25 plants. Because I heard Katie asking if we, if they were going to do 25 plants, and that's really not the point. So just as long as you're aware that I heard that, then you can deal with it.
Yep.
Okay, that's it. That's it, Nika.
Okay.
Hi, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, if we have no three feature set, how to say? Sorry, my English is poor.
That's okay.
Please wait for a moment. If we haven't three feature, if we remove two cantilevers, shall we do this step?
If you remove the two cantilevers,
Yes.
what was the end of that? Could you what?
Check.
Yeah.
Could you remove this catalog on the picture?
I'm having trouble understanding what you're saying, Katie.
So, because the last catalog levels that we left, we want to cancel these cat levels.
Okay.
So yeah.
So where does that get you? I think even if you take away the cantilevers, you're still left with repairing the conservation restriction area. And I'll point to that. I'll try to do that with this stuff I have here. So you would still need to do the work that we outlined in here.
Why? Because we do it according to your regulations and according to your laws.
Just to jump in for a second, that area that is currently lawn may have been vegetated in the past as part of a protected conservation restriction area. And the restriction is a deed restriction that is to protect wildlife habitat and open space preservation. And it's meant to be kept in a natural state.
Yeah,
and lawn, it is not natural state. Lawn does not equal
natural state.
Yes, but we bought this house with that law.
Mm.
In 2016, we bought this house with that law, no plants. We didn't change anything before.
So are you open to plantings proposed in option 1?
Yeah, before we want to, yeah, we option 1, yeah, but you didn't agree.
We were asking for some additional plantings up to that 25-foot line.
But 25-foot lines for us is too much. Yeah. For us, it's too much, yeah.
It's too much because you want that much lawn?
Yeah, yes. Because we bought this house because of the law.
Right.
Yeah.
So for the part of this that is, we can't really, the reason why we're bringing it up is because the conservation restriction is legally tied to the land that describes how the land should be maintained and how it should be kept.
Yeah, we maintained when, sorry.
And as far as, you know, and then it gets a little bit trickier about details, right? But the conservation restriction, I believe, based on the documents Chuck has sent me, is to maintain that space as predominantly natural, scenic, undeveloped condition. Undeveloped means not developed as lawn. So here's the thing is, we are not asking right now to take over the entire conservation restriction limits. We are asking for plantings within a portion of the 25-foot zone.
When did that happen? I thought we were talking about something else.
Well, where's the site plan? You were drawing.
Well,
the
I thought we
colored
got to a
area
point
on
in the
that site plan
conversation.
was in.
Well, I thought we got to a point in the conversation where Jack had put all the shrubs at the back of the 25-foot line near the wetland
Right.
flags. And
In one area between a couple flags.
And then I had asked to bring those forward. And
Right.
then Joe said that he thought that the conservation restriction, you know, would be natural. And everyone agreed that it was a zone of natural vegetation. And even Jack said that he thought that it was going to be natural. So I thought we got there, and we were talking about restoring the conservation restriction in the area within the entire 25-foot ZNV. That was my recollection. And then when you started talking, you
Okay.
You
Well, I'm
backed off.
sorry if I haven't been following all these discussions, but it just seems to be you know, a lot of discussion and a lot of back and forth. I'll go to Andrew.
Yeah, so
for a
it
sec.
might be a good idea to understand that we really can't move forward, and that Jack needs to talk to his clients and come up with something, hearing what the commission said tonight, in an effort to move forward. That, you know, I was trying to show the 2015 aerial, which is quite a bit vegetated from what I'm seeing in back of number 31 Harold Ave.
Okay.
So I'll get that in a few minutes.
There's 2 more hands up, so I'm just going to see if these are quick questions or comments. Andrew?
Thanks, Anika. So I'm still where I was with separating the two. I think there's a bigger issue here with the conservation restriction. And I think if they remove the cantilevers, then I would comfortably give them a negative determination for that project. And seems to be a much bigger issue in this whole neighborhood about what this conservation restriction means and what should happen with it. But I don't feel comfortable tying it to this deck project.
Okay.
So if the clients are willing to just remove the cantilevers, then I'm totally comfortable giving another determination today. That would be my preference. I know that leaves it on the table of, we have a lot of vegetation that's been grassed over, but they bought it. Like, I feel for them for this one. There's a bigger issue here. Something should have happened when the house transitioned. There should have been awareness. Somebody should have pulled a red flag. But there's a bigger issue here that I don't think should be all the fault of the deck. So I'd like to let them move forward with the deck if they remove the cantilevers.
Okay, thank you. Joe?
Yeah, so I think I agree with Andy that, I understand what Chuck's saying, that ordinarily we try to, the most streamlined thing when we observe that a buffer zone or a zone of natural vegetation has been disturbed is to try to resolve it in the course of approving a new project. And that is usually the most straightforward thing. It's not clear to me that's the most straightforward way to get what we want here. Yeah, that's all already lawn. Those are shadows of trees, unfortunately. I was looking at the same aerial, Chuck.
So what is that brown stuff? That's long grass.
Yeah, looks like it. I'm actually seeing it cleared. It looks like somebody cut it in the 1998 aerials before the houses were built. You can see where the property was clear cut.
The conservation restriction was filed June 2014.
Yeah, and I think we did a site walk on that day. I don't know who was there. Jamie Mon for sure. And I don't remember lawn being in the backyard. I remembered a very narrow path between the garage, which is in the back of the house, and where this area is. I have to say that you are making it very tough for us to take the next step in an effort to move forward. I don't see how we're going to get back to talking about this conservation restriction if we approve the deck.
I'll move to Martha.
Okay, I looked at the language in the conservation restriction from 2014, and it says in section 2 on page 3, Roman numeral 2, section A, number 4 says prohibited activities include cutting, removing, or otherwise destroying trees, grasses, or other vegetation. So that's the language in the conservation restriction that we're concerned about. In section B, it does allow for removal of non-native and invasive species, and it allows with permission, you can restore planting native trees, shrubs, and plants. So being able to plant things is allowed in this conservation restriction. And I'm looking at the 2008 photograph, and there is a lot of open space well beyond the boundary of the conservation restriction. So I'm thinking, from what I see, that the plants were not removed during the time this conservation restriction has been in effect, but were not there at the time it was set up.
Was it set up in 2008?
It says 2014 on the paperwork that Joe found.
Right, that's what I thought. So, but you're looking at a 2008 photo and saying that there was less lawn.
There was more lawn in
More lawn,
2008.
yeah.
Right.
It seems to me that in an effort to restore the area, a conservation restriction was set up and it was prohibited to mow, but planting could happen. And
Right.
and it grew in, but you know, and the understanding of this area in back of the house is, and we heard it from the applicant, that they bought the house for the lawn that's in the back of the house. And I don't think anyone got to the point where they understood the conservation restriction and the language inside the conservation restriction.
Mhm. Which is also obvious from the neighbors next door with all that patio in the conservation restriction area.
Right.
Yeah. And, you know, you were just showing at the back of the house where you were drawing in the 35-foot line, or the 25-foot line, but that 25-foot line wraps around to the right-hand side as well.
Okay. Anything else, Martha?
I guess I'm just going to say I'm uncomfortable with insisting on revegetating that much of the area. It seems like that's a big ask. So
Okay.
I would like to see some area revegetated, but I think that's a lot to ask for them to put in as many trees as.
So as a conservation commission,
true.
you're going to allow them to use the conservation restriction. That's what you're saying.
That's not quite what she said.
Well, Joe, I don't know what you guys are thinking about.
So-
This is a conservation restriction. It's recorded on the deed. She just read the language. I'm not sure why
So
half measure is going to.
Okay, I think what I'm looking at is conservation restriction says you cannot remove trees. I don't see evidence that they did remove trees. I don't know what was there.
You can't
in
destroy
2014.
vegetation. I would assume that meant mowing.
So at this point, and Joe, I'll get to you in just a quick second after I drop this, is so it seems to me then, Chuck, maybe you would agree to this, that on this behind 31, where are we? Behind 31 Harold Ave. It seems like at this point, one of the major violations of the conservation restriction is that this area gets mowed. Right now, that seems to be the major violation of the conservation restriction. That's what it appears like to me. So I'm going to go to.
Yeah. So yeah. Sorry. I'll need a moment, but
Okay.
Whenever you guys are ready. Yeah.
Okay, I'll go to Joe.
So first, I want to say I appreciate Martha and Nika's analysis there of the conservation restriction and the details of sort of exactly what is, what conditions of the conservation restriction are not being met. I want to express my confusion. I think we've expressed a lot of different opinions here as individuals, and we have a wonderful habit of usually agreeing with each other, which has been one of the great things about like being on this commission for the last year. But it gets really confusing when we actually don't agree, because we're in a habit of every time anyone of us says something, it's the opinion of the commission. So last time, I didn't hear, I heard several people say, okay, it'd be fine if we just added some plantings near the wetland line. That would be, that would be a relative improvement over the current conditions, and would be a nice mitigation to offset the impact of the deck. We'd be happy. but I don't think everyone agreed with that. I'm not sure we'd even considered all the possible things we might ask for. We're now asking for things that no one asked for in the last meeting, which I'm personally uncomfortable with. I'm way more comfortable with approving the deck without substantial restoration of the conservation restriction, and then coming back later with a big hammer and trying to fix the conservation restriction, which I do believe is being mowed and otherwise, not treated properly. But I'm not comfortable with tying it to the deck, especially in a way that flatly contradicts the conditions that we offered 2 weeks ago. So I would love to see the entire conservation restriction restored. Making that a condition of the deck seems like a really weird way to do it to me.
Okay. Thank you, Andrew.
Brian's quiet, but I just want to clarify a confusion I have. So if we had said, we saw this, Chuck, and we said, oh, there's a violation of the conservation restriction here, let's call the state or whatever the next step is, and then there's a violation on the record, they wouldn't be able to build this deck, correct? As long as the violation is on the record. Is that was my understanding correct with that?
Has the violation been dealt with in your scenario?
It has not.
It's just like having, it's the same kind of scenario as you can't start a new project unless you've closed out your old order of conditions. It's that kind of policy. It's just
Okay.
bad policy. And again, everyone knows, I mean, the two people, to deal with this after this meeting is going to be hard. And to approve the deck, I think that this is confusing. I would love to approve it, but there's been so much uncovered here, and I'm not really sure who understands what about what's going on. I think Jack needs to talk to his clients and come up with a plan and make sure they understand what we're asking for, if anything, and do the best and come back to the next conversation. This has really become more than just a deck project. If you approve the deck, it forces people to walk around the house into the conservation restriction. Now, that's not restricted, but it doesn't do anything to restore that conservation restriction. And to come back in with a violation notice for this restoration is tough. It's always tough to do that. Eventually we're going to have town council involved, and that's not always, if you can deal with it here in this meeting with this commission, then you know what you're going to get. If we start subbing it out to others, we don't know what's going to happen.
I get that, Chuck, I do. But I just feel that I don't even know if that is a violation, to be honest. Looking at the aerial photos, I don't have enough information to make a judgment call on what's happening with the conservation restriction. So yeah, I think maybe the step is Jack and team have to follow up and just make sure everything is cool with the conservation restriction. But again, that problem seems bigger than this deck project. I know it seems like we're going to drop the ball if we approve the deck and we'll never see them again. But if there's any meaning to these conservation restrictions, then I don't see that being true. So again, I'm new to this, but you're basically telling me these conservation restrictions have no meaning beyond just like there's no enforceability of them, which I don't know. You might be right. I mean, so I can't comment on that, but I don't have enough to say that they have violated it yet either. And I don't know. So yeah, it's a confusing situation.
Yeah, I guess it is confusing. That's why I wanted to, you know, check the conversation and
Yeah.
everybody go back and, figure out what we're really asking for, and, maybe another opportunity to talk to the state. I understand that the attorney that they used is a neighbor. Maybe that would be beneficial to talk to that attorney again and find out what in fact is allowed and what isn't allowed. I mean, what I heard tonight is they'd like to use the conservation restriction land because they like the back of their, that lawn in the back of their house. And that clearly, from what Martha read, is not allowed.
Yeah, no, let's just get it clear. I agree, there's a violation here. That it clearly says in the conservation restriction, they should not be cutting the grass in that zone. So I do agree that there's something wrong there, but I'm not sure using the deck is the best way to get to that. But then again, if there's a violation, I understand that we shouldn't be approving projects. So yes, I'm not sure how I really feel about it at all.
And I think what most confusing for me is I feel like it's going to be very tough if the commission wants to proceed with anything on that conservation restriction if we've already approved the determination of applicability for the deck.
Okay.
And it's not just leverage, it's in a sense you're approving the use of the property as you see it at this point, and you're saying a notice of intent isn't required.
Okay, I get that.
I think, Chuck, if I can just add this quickly, and Joe kind of hit on this. At the last meeting, we talked about trying to do something different with the deck, look at the 28-inch tree because it appeared to be dead, and then try to add some plantings. With the applicant's offering way more plantings than was suggested at the previous meeting. They're offering 15 shrubs and 2 trees. Not out to the 25-foot line, but it would take away about 10 to 15 feet of the grassed area up against the wetland. The grass clippings would come out, the dead trees removed. And they're showing the cantilever, but it's an open deck. So I don't know if we're getting, and then you bring up that, the neighbor has violations with the patio. I mean, maybe I don't know what you're going to do with that, but I think we're getting, I think that they are offering up a bunch of plantings. Some people are saying you don't have to provide any, but they're providing some. So if you did come back in the future and try to impose the entire conservation restriction area, it might include the neighbor as well to remove a patio and do plantings. But this is, at least if they're providing these plantings, these trees at this time with this deck project, it's a step in the right direction.
It is, but we're approving a half measure, and I think that will come back and bite the commission by approving partial work. Even the Conservation Commission didn't want the entire conservation restriction area restored, as you see from this RDA that was just approved on such and such a date. I mean, that's going to come back from whoever reads that. I mean,
well, how about if it was a no cut zone and you do the plantings and then you say no more mowing within the 25 feet, let it grow back.
I think the only way forward, in my mind, there's only 2 options. Have the commit, and at that last meeting, everyone's bringing up, this is what we asked for. That always happens. I mean, people actually start looking at the projects once it's presented. I mean, some commissions actually have it presented, then go out and take a site visit and then discuss it. It's always two meeting process. So I'm never surprised when additional asks come up at the second meeting. We also got the conservation restriction and was able to read it between the first and second meeting. So again, for a second reason, I'm not surprised that additional acts were part of that. I think the 2 options are to just reconsider what's going on, or plant the entire area, and in a way that the commission feels like it's, I mean, they can obviously use it. They can plant it in a way where its natural vegetation, but also honors the conservation restriction. Maybe that is acceptable, but I'm not, no touch means, I'm sure it's not a no touch zone. I'm sure it's more of a zone of natural vegetation where certain design elements can be brought in there for everyone to feel that they have what they want. Of course, you couldn't put a shed back there or any structures, but planting seems to work.
I'm going to jump in for a second. Brian, your hand's been raised.
Yeah, so what I was gonna say was, when you look at it, we're feeling pressure for a couple of reasons. We're feeling pressure because the homeowner has lined up contractors for mid-July. I sympathize, that's not our responsibility, certainly not our primary responsibility. We're also feeling pressure because there's natural empathy for the fact that the owner bought it with the lawn in place. Likewise, not our responsibility, not our primary responsibility. Our responsibility is to the conservation restriction. The fact that there was some grassy spots or bare spots or whatever it looks like from an aerial photo is not really the point. The point is that beyond that line, it's supposed to be treated a certain way and not acted upon a certain way. And that has happened. And if we roll it all back and just say, forget the project, leave it the way it is, it's still going to be used as a lawn because the homeowner has stated that's what they want to do. They bought it because of the lawn back there. So there is a broader problem we have to deal with. It involves the house next door. More broadly, it involves the fact that realtors are not communicating things well enough. I don't know why that happened in this case, but nonetheless, there's two people side by side who do not understand what they bought. And so I agree with Chuck that if we go ahead and approve the deck for all the sympathetic reasons that's been stated tonight, it hurts. It hurts because we know that it's hard to go back and do enforcement. Enforcement very clearly says there is no grandfathering of a violation. There's minor things for a certain time period, but in general, this a conservation restriction is deeded to the land, as Anika said earlier. It's tied to the deed. It's tied to what they bought, and that's just the way it is. It is our primary responsibility to enforce that. And if we don't, as Andrew said, then what is the point of going through the process of having a conservation restriction? So I do appreciate that they have offered to do more plantings, but at least in this case, I don't think it's a time where half a sandwich is better than going hungry. I do think it's a bigger problem that we actually have to confront. We have to address it now going forward. I think there's no way that we should approve this project without understanding a whole lot more. For example, what are the credentials of that lawyer? Is this an area of his expertise? I mean, for all we know, he's a divorce attorney, just to pick one. We have no idea. And so to go ahead with this incomplete view doesn't make sense to me. Anika, back to you.
Okay. Listen, I'd love to wrap this up so we can move on with our evening. Andrew?
Go ahead, Nika, if you have some final thoughts. I mean, I agree with you guys. Mine's been convinced. I think if we're going to move forward with this plan, they need to revegetate the 25-foot zone of natural vegetation. And just for the record, looking at the meeting minutes from last time we met, which have not yet been approved, Martha did bring to the foreground her concern about the conservation restriction, what was in it. So it was already brought, which is why Joe found it. So this isn't new per se, as Jack and Joe were suggesting. It was already on the table then when we met last. And it does have to be dealt with before we could approve the deck.
Okay. Okay, so so at this point, I suppose the thing to do is to see if the applicant is open to continuing for Jack to discuss it and get back to us, or
Yep, I'd
wants to
ask
request
to continue to your July 13th meeting. And
Okay.
that'll give me time to talk with the owners and see what we do here.
Okay, and in that
I'll try
process,
to explain that, you know, what's been talked about replanting the 25-foot
Okay.
zone.
I'm also going to request that you discuss with them some way for them, you know, the conservation restriction and how they can understand what's expected of them for that, for the land.
I'll try to. Yep.
Martha?
I'd also like to refer back to the plot plan that accompanies the conservation restriction, which shows a number of concrete bounds. And on your current plot plan, you only located a couple of them. So finding those and marking them in the backyard and the side yard might also really help the homeowner understand where that edge of the conservation restriction is.
Okay. Any other questions from conservation members? Not seeing any hands. Any questions from the public? Also do not see any hands. Okay, at that point, then Jack and the applicant, Katie, I just want to thank you for your patience and bearing with us as we wrestle through this, and I'll entertain a motion to continue this to, Jack, are you saying like the first meeting in July?
Yep, which
July
is the
13th.
July 13th.
Yep.
So I'll entertain a motion to continue.
I move to continue this hearing till July 13th.
Second that.
Okay, and let's have a roll call vote, starting with Brian.
Brian Bowe, I approve.
Martha Moore in favor.
Joe Kernahan in favor.
John Sullivan in favor.
Andrew Driven in favor.
Nika Scanlon in favor.
All right, thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Jack.
Hey, thank you. Chuck, could you run with
Sure.
old new business?
So the old new business, the first thing on the agenda is the minor plan change for 59 4th Street. I see Lori is here, and I'm going to give us some permissions, and it might not be Lori, but maybe it's both. Oh no, there they are. Hey, how you doing? Okay, so I'm glad you're back in town to present your project. And what we have here is we're discussing a stone wall that many of the commission members have looked at, that my understanding is that it was supposed to be removed as part of the old project. But and we're asking to leave it in place. Is that the case?
Yeah, I'll just say it real quickly. It was more of a rock line than a wall, but it was never there until probably, I don't even know when, maybe last year. And I put it there incorrectly. And I have two choices. I can either remove it or get permission to keep it. But it wasn't there years ago. It was after we did the garage addition, we had these big rocks. So I just kept them and put them down, which
thinking where you were supposed to put the markers, the demarcation markers every 40 feet. Rather than putting them on a rock every 40 feet, we just put the line of rocks instead. And that wasn't exactly what you had intended. And so once Scott figured out that that was not correct, then rather than just move the rocks, since I slipped 3 discs doing it the first time, we wanted to check with you first to see if we could keep it or keep part of it or whatever, make some other accommodations, rather than remove it first. So we figured we'd ask you guys first.
Before we get
All
into
right.
the discussion,
Okay. Go
just
ahead,
for the
Joe.
minutes, Mr. Zito, I forget your first name.
Scott.
Scott, thank you.
Okay, thanks. I know there was a site visit, so I think there was a site visit. So if people could just report on that, please. Jump right in.
I'll go ahead if I was talking already. So yes, I think I was one of several. I think there were 2 different batches at least that came and visited. So yes, as the Zito has explained, there is a rock wall along the edge of. It's actually, I think, along the edge of the wetland in places, and in other places, it's more along the edge of the zone of natural vegetation. So it kind of goes to the wetland and then it branches away from the wetland. So besides looking at the wall itself, which is 1 to 2 feet high and runs the just the length of the sort of edge of work of the project. We looked a lot at vegetation. We looked at a lot of, we discussed a lot of invasive species that were removed. We discussed a few that are still there because there's always more. That's how invasive species work. We looked at some of the trees that are on the house side of the wall that were previously being overtaken by invasives, and those have been removed. We looked a little bit at the wildlife inhabiting the wall. And we did in fact see a snake while we were there. I'm not sure what else there is to report from the site visit. I think that's anyone else. Observations.
I'll jump in on some of the observations about the site visit. The wall is really along the edge of lawn and not along the 25-foot line. And in some places, it actually goes, if you look at the site plan that was submitted, the wall zigzags into the wetland in one place. And I made a second trip back to really understand where the wall is compared to where the wetland line is. And yeah, so this doesn't show where the wall is though.
Yeah, it's
yeah.
These aren't helpful.
There you go.
Yeah, this one with the red line shows the wall, and you can also see the wetland flags, and you can see that the wall actually extends into the area with the wetland flags. So there are some places where the wall is outside the wetland, and there are some places where the wall is inside the wetland. And most of the wetland flags are no longer there. So at the site visit, it's a little bit hard to tell where the wetland line is because there are flags. But from this plot plan, you can see that the rock wall was built on the wetland side of the wetland line, which is not where it ought to be. That's my conclusion from the site visit. And this is another one of these exclusive use area issues. Just like with the last property, these couple of properties are a planned residential development or something like that, that has exclusive use areas and common space areas. So that's one thing that makes the whole plot plan a little confusing. Okay, that's it.
Okay, I see Andrew has his hand up. Go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, I visited last week on my own, and Lori was there. She's probably wondering, who's this creepy guy stopping in our house? No, we walked along the rock, and it's hardly a wall. It's more like a fairy wall. It's really shallow, but there is a couple of layers of rocks that does delineate a line between their area of the home that they would actively use and the wetland. And it was hard to delineate where the wetland actually was, as Martha was saying, because the wetland flags don't appear to be there. But in terms of what its intention was to do, is to create a clear line between the two. I think that's what it was trying to do. I'll leave it at that. That's more of an opinion, but yes. So I agree with everything else Martha said, but I just want to get out there. It's not like a wall. It's pretty shallow.
Okay,
short.
so then I guess I have a question, and I apologize, I couldn't get out to site visits. Is this just simply just stone boulders with no backfill behind it, or is there backfill and extension of lawn right up to the edge of wall?
Yeah, it's just rocks. Some of the rocks are this big, maybe, and some of the rocks are bigger, and they just are sitting on the ground. So there's no mortar. There's no
So it's
dirt.
almost like a farmer's field wall.
Yeah, I mean, in some areas the rocks are one high, maybe other areas they're too high.
Okay.
And I can just say I will gladly move the rocks 5 feet forward or 5 feet backwards. Or
Yeah,
in
it was
any direction.
really just like Martha was mentioning, outlining kind of where we had already been mowing. And then, so that's to the left-hand side, kind of where that was, why that goes over that line. And then all the new stuff where we removed all the knotweed is kind of that line that's parallel to the house and then perpendicular to the house. That's the whole area that we removed all the knotweed. So we just kind of put it a little bit closer to the house, not right on, the line where the vegetation was, where all the knotweed was. We gave ourselves a little bit more room to what we thought was, the wetland space. So you can see how it kind of, you're right, it does kind of zigzag over both spaces.
Okay, so I guess I want to hear from the people who went on the site visit. Based on the wall, do you think it is, based on how you saw it functioning, does it look like something permissible that would not impede the function of the wetland? Or does it look like something that should be taken up and removed? Joe?
So I'm feeling a bit red-faced for having not actually noticed how far over the wetland line it was. I think I located, there are still some wetland flags like at the edge of the property where the rock wall meets the wetland line. The sort of at the top corner of the rock wall is marked on the screen here. If the rock wall were outside of or even at the edge of the wetland, then I would say it is not impeding the function of the wetland. It's not blocking the movement of wildlife. It's not blocking the flow of water. It's probably, if anything, it's going to reduce erosion into the wetland. Given that it crosses into the wetland, I am less sure of that. I'm wondering whether it needs to be moved out at a minimum to the edge of the wetland and possibly with a little bit of buffer. That's where I am.
Yeah, and actually, I should just make one more note. If you look at the line that is the from like the corner of the lot, which is the line all the way to the left, like that vertical line, yeah, that one that Chuck's highlighting right there, that's been there for probably 4 decades, and it's buried under a lot of dirt. So that one I could never move because that was already there before.
Right.
It's probably there, I think, when they built this house, probably back in the mid 80s. But going all the way to the bottom, right where Chuck's hitting, I could move that point, and I can move that much closer to the wetland line or right on the wetland line. Because that was me. The other one is you would need bulldozers to move those rocks.
Yeah, I
that
don't
would
think
be impossible.
that's one. That's true. That's one thing from the site visit that no one mentioned, but let me mention that for the record, that this rock wall connects to a pre-existing rock wall.
It does, yeah.
The pre-existing rock wall is functioning as a retaining wall and is
That's correct.
holding up a fill area.
Right, yep.
That all predates this project. If you go sort of towards the top of the screen, the elevation goes up,
Yep.
and the rock wall follows the blue property line there. I think is that
Correct.
blue line the property line.
It is.
Yeah, and there's an elevation drop from this property on the right to the neighboring property on the left.
A huge drop
across
yeah.
that wall.
A big drop.
But that's all predates the project and potentially predates the existence of the house. I'm not sure.
I think it does. I think when they built the house, they used a bulldozer and pushed it all back. So
But it
that's where-
doesn't predate that wetland line. Otherwise, how would they have drawn the wetland line?
Well, because I think it was built.
The rock wall that we're talking about, the pre-existing rock wall starts roughly at that point. Whoops, sorry. If you stop your cursor right there,
Right.
there, going up from there, and the wetland line is not demarcated here, but I believe the
Right.
wetland line curves to the left and remains to the left. That is to the outside of the rock wall, the old rock wall. Yeah, I mean, it might
Okay.
go up, it might go sideways. I'm not sure which.
From that point down to where the red line meets the corner of the blue line, though.
Which red
I
line?
thought that I don't have a curse. I can't show you on the plan. There's so many lines. There's lines everywhere. Yeah, from the top of that straight up and down blue line. Stop. Okay, right about to where this whole property line blue outline goes. Yeah, down to right there. I thought that was you were describing that as pre-existing
Correct.
backfilled wall area.
Correct.
No.
That's what the resident's saying, and you say no, Joe.
No, above that. So Chuck drew some red line off to the left, and I don't know what that signifies.
I think
maybe
That was the
go-
wetland line.
That's the
wetland,
wetland
okay,
line.
extension of the wetland.
Combination
yeah.
stone wall and wetland line
Right.
in the red.
So the like on this plan, I see two thick blue lines, one of which sort of looks like it's underneath the superimpose. I don't know why, by the way, I see
yes,
like
Yeah, there's a key over there.
Now I know what
somewhere.
you're saying, talking about Joe. Yeah, the blue line is that original
yeah. So
retaining wall, correct?
so there's actually hold on. I've come up with a way to possibly talk about this. There is blue line that is overlaid with orange line,
Oh,
and there is blue line that is not overlaid with orange line.
Thank you.
yeah.
Thanks, Joe.
So I'm going to talk about when I say blue line, I
I see.
do not mean blue line overlaid with orange line.
Yep.
I only mean blue line not overlaid. So
Yeah, you're 100% right.
blue line that is not overlaid with orange line is pre-existing rock wall. It runs right up to the edge of the wetland as far as I can
Yep.
tell, but not over it.
Correct.
The new wall, the orange line, looks like it does go into the wetland, more so even than was apparent at the site visit.
Yep. That
It
is
is
correct.
not a retaining wall.
It is not a retaining wall.
Correct.
It is a line of rocks on the ground.
Kind of like a
Okay.
rhino rocks, yeah.
Okay.
And the function of the line of rocks was to just delineate where the mowed grass was for the natural vegetation. And I can easily move that line wherever
If we
you
need to
want,
do
because
that.
I don't. I mean, my argument
Okay.
for moving it is that it is because it is serving that function.
All right.
I love something
Well-
that's keeping mowing out of the wetland and not something that is
and I can easily do that. I can
implicitly
actually
permitting
the
mowing in the
wall.
wetland.
Yep.
Well, then let's talk about that. Typically what we ask for is a 25-foot vegetated no mow zone. So can you move the stone wall back to the 25-foot line?
Very easily. Yep.
Wait.
And go ahead and
Oh, to
Chuck's
there?
gonna find a new magic color for that.
Jeez.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I'm pretty bad at this, but here's the 25-foot line.
Roughly.
Roughly. Exactly. And kind of comes down here and then it drops down through here.
Yep. So that's the area we typically,
That's our driveway. Sorry.
well, not in the driveway. I think we could be practical about that.
Well, you could move it. You said you would move it also. So if you didn't want it there, you could move it. You could
Yeah, I
bring
can
it,
get rid of it.
yeah, bring it down to the compost area, or whatever.
Yeah.
Martha, go ahead.
Yeah, there were pages in here that actually show what the rock wall looks like. And Nika has not had a chance to see it, so it might be worth scrolling through the stuff the applicant submitted, so you can actually, yeah, here we go. So you can see the rock wall on the left, and you can see that there's not a whole lot of room between it and the driveway.
Okay, thank you.
And then go to another picture further down, Chuck, where you can get a close-up.
Yeah,
Thank
that
you
was
for
the
taking
old.
care of the. Thank you for taking care of the knotweed. Stay on
You're
top of that.
welcome.
Okay, that's a good picture of what the wall looks like.
Gotcha.
Whoops. There you go.
Yeah,
Okay.
but it puzzles me how the wetland line corresponds to the actual I did not have a soil auger, so I was not able to check the validity of the wetland line, and most of the flags are missing. But there doesn't seem to be a lot of gradient difference or vegetation difference on the lawn side of the rock wall compared to the other side, where the wetland line supposedly is. Clearly back where they've been pulling out the knotweed is wetland, but it's a little hard for me to understand where the wetland is that's where the line zigs and zags. It makes it very hard to recognize that wetland line that's on the plot plan when you look at the vegetation in real life.
Okay. So do you have any suggestions or comments on the wall from that perspective, Martha?
I'm stumped.
Because to you, it all looks the same.
Yeah, so
Roughly. It's just one is uphill, one is on
Yeah.
one side, one is on the other.
If you look where it says 32 feet, that section of the wall, I don't see why to the outside of that, the wetland line is so far over. And they're mowing that whole section over there.
Well,
So,
you'd be surprised how many houses have mowed lawns in wetlands.
inside
Plymouth
wetland.
Ave.
Okay.
Plymouth, sorry. So it does happen from time to time. I'm gonna go to Joe.
Yeah, I was just gonna emphasize that point, Martha, that flags A5 and A6 are tens of feet into the grass from the woods. If you had asked me to guess at the wetland line without digging into soil, I would have guessed the wetland line was back at the tree line, which is many tens of feet from where the flags apparently were on this plan.
Mm-hmm. And I'm just thinking, the wetland line compared to where their driveway is, if the driveway is supposed to be a structure and there's not supposed to be any structures within 35 feet of the wetland line, I didn't bring a tape measure. I'm not sure that's 35 feet. If you look where the rock wall is, it comes pretty close to the driveway. But in that corner, the wetland line is on the correct side of the rock wall.
Okay. I do want to come back to the main request, which was about what to do about the wall. And I think, and please speak up, other commission members, if you don't agree, but I think pulling it out of the mapped wetland line is something that should happen. To the greatest extent practical, I would argue. Ideally the 25-foot line, but I can see where that does conflict with the driveway. We could set a different setback on this, but we would have to have rationale to do that. You know, it's it can be based on the regs. It can be a case by case basis. And I did hear the resident saying that they're open to moving the wall. So what sense does the commission have about, you know, where that wall should move to create a new no-mow zone, I would say? Ooh, crickets.
I mean, nobody.
Hold on, I'll go to Brian first and then Andrew. And Martha, if you could take over for a split second, I'm gonna keep listening, but I'll be.
Yeah, I'm torn like the others. So the problem in my mind is that the rock wall has been here for whatever, a year. It's clearly already turned into habitat for at least some critters, AKA the snake that came out and spooked your daughter. It seems to me, though, that a reasonable compromise would be to move it along the flag line, especially the V that sticks into it in kind of the middle of the screen right now. At least so it's back there. But whatever you're going to do, I think it has to be a one-time move, because we're going to go from a place and move it to a place where we then cause new disturbance, and it's already been habitat. So I would encourage us to ask for the least amount of movement as we can live with because of that reason. That's my vague thoughts, and I have no more at the moment.
Okay, Andrew?
I feel similarly, Brian. The rocks haven't been there too long, and so I think we can move them now, but I don't want to move them multiple times. So they'll move them. I think my thoughts are, if we tell them to remove the wall, well, then that's fine, but they're still going to be mowing up to that wall line anyhow. So I don't see us gaining anything by just removing the wall. I see the logic of putting the wall just on the wetland line. But that's, if you look at our other decisions, that's not something, we wouldn't let people mow to the wetland line. So we're kind of in a funky situation here, where I'm kind of feeling we create at least a minimum of 5-foot buffer between so that we actually move that wall to 5 feet off of the wetland line. I mean, I'm feeling more like 10 feet.
Could
somewhere between
you
5 and 10 feet? Is it like 7.5 feet? I don't know, but I do think we should have some sort of buffer, like we always ask for, a zone of just natural vegetation between the wetland line and the grass, the mowed area. And I think the rock wall is serving a good purpose of doing that. It's just the placement of it isn't ideal.
Can I just say one thing to the upper right side of the orange line parallel to the house where it says 58.5, we do have new plantings on the top side of that. So no, not there, but right on the other side of the wall, we have arrowwood. Nope. Right there. Right there, which is within the area where you're saying is the wetlands. We have arrowwood planted there. We could put more there and then put a couple of rocks with medallions on it, like we were supposed to do to begin with.
Yeah.
So 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 that's another possibility, is to leave the wall where it is and just establish a no-mow zone.
Yeah.
So that you don't get the disturbance and you do get the revegetation.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, right now the grass isn't even growing very well there because it's all shady. So we have the arrowwood, and I think we have maybe 3 of them planted along that side of the wall. Some of them are sweet
Well,
pepper bushes.
right where you see the 255-85, I'm gonna have to go, well, there's a lot of that, bittersweet, which is just, kind of like taking over that whole zones. And I say a lot, I mean, there's a lot there. So I don't know, my point of saying that is, other than the wall doesn't do anything in terms of mitigating the bittersweet. So I'll probably have to spend a couple of weeks to try to start.
Actually, that's a good point. It
Mitigating
keeps
it,
that
but-
at bay a little bit. So
the bigger problem is the bittersweet goes on to 3 other properties that aren't mine, so I can't really mitigate, those. But to the other committee members' point, like I could easily just roll the rock line right on the wetlands flag line at a minimum, and put medallions to extend the, the vegetation zone. I would be more than happy to do that as well.
Whatever.
Joe?
Sure. So I want to retract or overwrite something I said earlier, which I was concerned about the impact of the rock wall as it's located in the wetland. But I think my concern was really that the rock wall, as it is sort of implicitly encouraging mowing up to the point of the rock wall. So that concern goes away if, as just said and as Anika expressed support for, we actually just establish a proper no-mow zone without touching this wall at all. So
Yeah,
the
correct, that
rocks stay
works.
where they are, the snake keeps its house, and we get a
I agree.
no-mow zone. I like that.
Okay. We haven't heard anything from John. Do you have any thoughts on this one, John?
I think I'm kind of like agreeing with Joe on this. Just if we can establish a no-mow zone and not have to move the rock wall, then we're not disturbing the habitat for those critters, but we're kind of still getting our wind as that we're storing the resource areas. So I think I fall behind Joe on this one.
And I want to hear from Chuck about what the actual expectation is for the medallions. Is it supposed to be a square concrete bound sunk into the ground at the 25-foot line that gets medallions on it, or is it something else?
So that's, as my understanding is, granite or stone bounds on the 25-foot line every 40 feet or on turning intervals. And the commission has not required them in the lawn area, but at the edge of property, and then where it becomes available to put another one in.
Okay, so when you say granite or stone bounds, when we go out on a site visit, we are usually looking at something that has a straight sides. It was probably poured concrete, and it's about a 4-inch by 4-inch top square surface, and it's dug down into the ground. It's not a natural shaped boulder that you stick a plaque on top of. Correct?
Right. We did that. We did that somewhere, but the boulders were very, very large, and would be impossible to move. And so boulders are available as to stick the plaques to, but the only case where it happened was something that would need a bulldozer to move.
Okay, so I think that's part of what led to this whole stone wall misunderstanding is when you say granite or stone bounds, the homeowners thought stones, not a embedded in the soil, dug down 2 feet post. So I think they didn't quite understand what was being asked for. So on this plot plan, you're saying you wouldn't put 25-foot bounds in the middle of mowed lawn, but you'd put it at the property boundary.
I wouldn't put them anywhere but on the 25-foot line because it confuses every conservation agent that ever goes out to this property. So if it can't work where it's supposed to go every 40 feet, eliminate it, but they should go on the 25-foot line.
Okay. So I'm thinking perhaps it would be helpful to the homeowners if you went out and showed them where we would put a marker so that they understand where the markers are supposed to be.
Sure.
Okay.
We'll have to guess on the 25-foot line. I understand the flags are missing, and that would be the only other way to measure.
Most of the flags are missing. There are
Okay.
some flags.
Okay. I think we can come to reasonable agreement on where things should go. I mean, it's just at the edge of the property would definitely be one, and then we'd have to figure out what happens near the driveway.
All right. Nika, are you back? Do you want to take over?
Why don't you wrap it up?
Okay.
Thanks.
Do we have a, I think we've heard some different opinions. It doesn't sound like anybody wants the wall to be moved out to the 25-foot line, but we do want to increase the natural vegetation zone beyond the wetland line. Is that what I'm hearing from people? Joe, you have your hand raised.
Yeah. I'll start by saying we always want to increase the natural vegetation zone beyond the wetland line because that's what our regulations say, 25 feet beyond the wetland line. So I actually want to start with a question about the original. So how did the stone wall, because part of my own misunderstanding of where the, why I didn't recognize the sort of incursion in the wetland is because the original application talked about the stone wall in the same context as the bound markings, which, as we've since discussed, always go well outside the wetland. So the stone wall clearly didn't go where the zone of natural vegetation markings should have gone. So how did the wall get to be where it is?
Yes, I can explain that really simple. It was the line, the rock line represents the grass, the mowed area versus the non-maintained or the wetland vegetative area. And I remember I just, in my infinite wisdom, I was just chatting with Chuck one day saying, when I was looking at that pre-activity checklist, I'm like, what does this mean?
Yeah.
And he said, you just put a medallion down.
I get the stone wall versus stone markers.
And I just completely misinterpreted.
Yeah, no, that part's fine. That part I get totally.
Yeah, it's where mostly where the knotweed was, because it was a huge amount of knotweed. And so that really is just where we just put the rocks along where that was.
Basically traced the pre-existing invasive plants, actually, is what it was really tracing, it sounds like. Okay, which is doesn't necessarily correspond to the wetland line or any other.
Yeah, and the question here, so we knew that part of the rocks we pulled a little bit forward, which is where you can see it does get expand beyond where the
when it crosses into the
lines. Yeah, but the question that we were really trying to get at is just whether or not we should move the wall, and not so much does it accurately demarcate where we should put medallions, because we're going to have to do that anyway. We haven't done that yet. We just need to know if we need to move That's
Th-
all.
This goes to my other question, because I haven't seen, and apologies, Chuck may have sent it out and I didn't look at it. The original order of conditions, does that specify, for your project, does that specify that you mark the 25-foot zone of natural vegetation as part of
So
your project?
there was one document that we got, and it was a pre-activity checklist, which I think is most of the items on that. I don't have that document in front of me, but I think those were the items that you really give to the contractor before they even start the project. So we were doing like a renovation. I wish I had it in front of me, but
It does somewhere. I mean, we should probably have that. I don't know if I,
to answer your question, I don't know if the order
Put it in that
conditions
report.
actually says anything about the medallions. The only time it was ever listed anywhere was in these pre-activity checklist document.
Okay, all right. So it wasn't. It was because there's a fair amount of boilerplate, I understand, in the conditions and checklists. So
Yeah, so I don't
including
think it
the
was in the
building.
order conditions, but I'll gladly put one in.
yeah, we
All right.
do
So
that.
then I think we're back to, I don't think we actually converged on a single recommendation here, because to actually do 25 foot, like as Chuck said, we shouldn't put 25-foot markers if it's not actually the 25-foot line. Putting them at 5, like what Andy said about 5 to 10 feet as like a, hey, let's improve over the existing conditions. I like improving over these conditions, but I also don't like confusing, Chuck's successor one day who's trying to, consider a project on this property. Is like, what the hell is this marker? That in all other contexts always means 25 feet from the wetland, and in this context does not. We can't do that. So is there a way for us to establish a no-mow area that is not the 25-foot zone of natural vegetation, because we judge that it's not practical to actually do the full 25 feet in at least some places? That's a question for Chuck and the commission.
Let me see if I'm muted.
You are not.
I only believe it's, of course, it's up to the commission and at their discretion on each project, but in the regulations, I know that it's only possible to extend the zone of natural vegetation when needed. So that's what's in the regulations, but you
But I
guys
mean,
have discretion.
We also approve projects without restoring the complete 25-foot buffer, all the time. I mean, we usually try to make things better.
So
people listen to us talk for hours about how much of a given 25-foot zone to discuss now tonight alone.
Yeah, I don't think this is a question of an area that's going to be used. It seems to me that you could restore as much of it as you could. And it's not like it's a play area or anything like that. It seems like one side of the driveway is just not going to get mowed.
Okay.
And maybe
we can
you
do-
say it can be mowed once a year, so or twice a year or 4 times a year or something like that, so woody vegetation doesn't grow in, but otherwise, it's kind of restricted.
And we did also plant 2 trees and 12 bushes. So I think that was part of, how we were giving back.
I was just gonna say, if we can get 25 feet of zone of natural vegetation outside the wetland line, marked with, concrete or granite bounds, as a part of the minor plan change, along with also accepting the rock wall. That sounds awesome if that's possible. It's an awful lot of yard that ceases to be yard, especially to the sort of further down the driveway, further away from the house. There's a big long area that's apparently wetland according to the plot.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can give back a big chunk of it. How's this? Maybe it'd be easier if I go back and I'll look at how much we can easily, convert, and then we can maybe put it on another chart. And
Yeah. One of the things I worry about is that, this is a this used to be a family compound with our neighbor and his, family that lived in this house. And so that's all
Ooh,
common space.
That is right. That is outside your area of exclusive use, that concept we were just discussing. So,
Right.
I mean, granted,
Well,
your neighbors with whom you share that land don't have any more right to mow the wetland than you do.
No,
So,
I know. I understand.
but I also understand that they might need to be involved in the process of
Yeah, I mean, the northern section is completely our plot of land. It's not a shared
Right.
property. So we could easily convert that back to vegetative land much easier than the side that's in front of the house, which is really the, I think,
right
the
to
western side. But
west.
the northern side, we can almost completely convert because we don't use it for anything. So it's just,
But otherwise, it's a relationship
yeah, I think we just,
thing with the neighbors.
Yeah, no, well, okay.
so that's in the front.
I understand, yeah. It was
I'm
their
just
father's
gonna-
land.
I was scanning through the order of conditions for building the in-law addition. And it does show that the driveway does extend within the 35-foot zone, but not as far as the 25-foot line.
Yeah.
So that's why you have so little space between your driveway and the 25-foot line. It was allowed in the original order of conditions. And I'm thinking that putting the rock wall, I think I'm going to suggest not moving the rock wall, but do move do expand the zone of natural vegetation. Because if Chuck was saying you could go in there and mow down the woody vegetation once a year, you're going to be hoisting your lawnmower over the rock wall if you move the rock wall forward. So
Well, that was just a compromise. I mean, if they move the rock wall, then they would never do that. But
right.
I think
but
this is a situation where I don't know how this house got put in there so close, but I mean, I like where the conversation's going. Not moving the rock wall, less disturbance, and then establishing a no-mow area. That sounds, with allowing it to be mowed a certain number of times a year seems to be appropriate. Typically, critters will move into that area. So the mowing happens in the spring, and then sometime in September, late September would be a good idea. So you're not running over, I don't know, anything that's nesting there. That would be 2 times a year though.
Yeah, and I'm going to suggest that we know these homeowners have been working really hard to keep the invasives under control. And we would expect that they're going to be continuing to do that as the vegetation fills in. I know they aren't going to want knotweed taking over in that no mow zone. So, I think making sure that it's native vegetation that fills in that space and not letting the multiflora rose and the knotweed and the buckthorn and stuff like that, bittersweet.
Yeah, the bittersweet's the tough one.
Yeah. Right.
That's what killed all the trees is the bittersweet.
Yeah, it sure does. Okay, so are we at a point where we can wrap this up and have a motion?
It sounded like the proposal was for them to come back with a plan of showing where the new no-mow zone is. Is that?
Yeah, I'll take a couple weeks and I'll map it all out and come back. That'll
Yeah.
be, we have time.
So then what we want is a motion to continue to the July 13th meeting.
Is that enough time?
I'd have to check my work schedule. So if you want to tentatively put it down, and I'll just contact you if it's not good. So
Or we could just go for the 2 weeks later.
that's
July
fine too. Yeah, that
27th.
works.
And you need to get your plan into us by July 20th then.
Correct. One of us will be here.
Yeah, I'm sorry, what's the date of that second meeting?
It's
July
either the
27th.
13th or the 27th.
Oh, 27th, okay.
But if you want to go with the 13th, and then we can always vote to continue if you're not available. That's easy enough to do.
It's up to you if you're going to be here.
Yeah, let's do the 13th. Okay, sorry.
On that note, before we change again, I'll make a motion to continue 59 Forest to July 13th.
Second.
Brian Rowe in favor?
Martha Moore in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
John Sullivan in favor.
Andrew Driven in favor.
Anika Scanlon in favor.
Okay,
Right.
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
All right.
Okay.
We get a quick vote to endorse the letter of support for the open space and recreation plan, understanding that I received comments from everyone, and those comments, as I received them, are sent to the consultant at Horsley and Witten, Krista Morvek. And if any more comes in, that is fine also, even though you have accepted and supported the, or endorsed and signed the letter of support for the open space plan.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to endorse and sign the letter of support for the updated open space and recreation plan.
Second. Go ahead, Mark.
Brian Rowe in favor?
Martha Moore in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
John Sullivan in favor.
Andrew Driven in favor.
Anika Scanlon in favor. And Chuck, what time tomorrow can I swing by to sign it?
Oh, I'm I'm gonna be at Matera until probably 9:30. So anytime after 9:30.
9:30, okay. Got it. Okay. 128 Fairchild Drive, Certificate of Compliance.
Okay, well, Thor's here and Michael Doppler.
Hello, Thor. Hello, Michael.
Good evening, everyone. Nice to see you all again. Thor Akerley from Williams and Sparages, and here with me is the property owner, I believe if he's still awake, of 128 Fairchild Drive, Michael Doppler. We had been before the commission back in 2019 to present what I'll show you here. This is actually a little bit updated, but I'll run you through it quick. Michael and his family had a yard area over here which was sloped pretty steeply. You can sort of see the existing contours here. Pretty steep slope that led over towards the back of the property. He came to us hoping to regrade this part of his yard. As part of that, he wanted to install some hardscaping back here, as well as construct this wall to create a more level area in the backyard. This rather right here was the existing edge of disturbed. And this over here was all lawn, and this retaining wall you see right here was existing. I believe there was a prior RDA Michael had filed to repair that wall. In addition to the work back here, Michael had also engaged Tom McMullen, a landscape architect, to do quite a bit of work out front. I'll show you a landscape plan here. There was pretty much plantings everywhere surrounding the house, the front of the property, going along the side and the back. And they included, of course, the hardscapes I talked about. And this was the main, the real reason they wanted to do the project was to create some yard area for their children. Back in early 2021, we submitted a minor modification request. Michael wanted to repair this wall. That was not part of the original notice of intent. It was the identical footprint, but the wall was just repaired. It was just in poor condition. There was a small patio, bluestone paver patio out here. And I believe that was it. Of note to the commission, this project did include a waiver request for the construction of this retaining wall here. This was within the existing lawn area, but that was one of the key pieces. Same with the deck expansion as shown right in here. This darker line here is the footprint of the proposed deck. This is the existing deck and stairs. This patio area here was proposed to be removed as shown on Tom McMullen's landscape plan, and that was removed. One thing I know, Michael mentioned, one of the members stopped by and took a look at the site. I know I think we had the discussion way back when, but our plan did not show patio underneath the proposed deck here. However, it was part of the submittal package, and it was shown on Tom McMullen's landscape plan, patio underneath. So that was part of the approval process. I think we did discuss it at the meeting because there was question about that. So I apologize if there was any confusion about that. And of course, the commission will note that there was a lot of work in some areas that are important. The 25-foot zone of natural vegetation, the 35-foot, I guess, quote unquote, no build zone, as compensation for some of that work, although much of it was in lawn. Michael had proposed a host of native shrub and tree species all along the back here. I've gone by and taken a look at them, and I'll just show you a couple of pictures. So start at the top. So this is looking along that existing wall that I mentioned before that was there. There were some dogwoods planted in here. Moving down that wall, you can see, I believe these were, oops, resume share. Oh, the command line is getting in the way of my PDFs. Sorry about that. I did go through, what I wanted to say is that I did go through what was planted, what was proposed. I have been out there actually 3 times since they finished the project. I did find that the restoration, or I guess buffer zone enhancement plantings were installed, you know, as they were shown and the quantities specified. And then getting to the as-built plan, this is the current existing conditions. This highlights all of the structures or built components. These are the built retaining walls right here, patio areas underneath the deck extension as I highlighted before, granite walkway, granite patio, and what else? I guess we didn't really show much for the retaining wall because it stayed within its same footprint. I will note that our office staked out, our surveyors staked out the corners and turning points of all these retaining walls here and here. So when
Hold on a second. We were getting some feedback. I gotta let everybody unmute again, Thor. Sorry, go ahead, Thor.
So I just wanted to let the commission know that Michael did go out of his way to have us stake out the retaining walls here, given where they were relative to the buffer zone. So when we overlaid the as-built plan to what was proposed, they were right in line with what was shown on the approved plan. I guess with that, I'll hand it over to the commission, and Michael or I are happy to answer any questions.
Sure. Thor, could you stop screen sharing?
Yep.
Just want to make sure everybody can speak.
Okay.
There's Anika.
I understand there was a site visit, so I don't know if anybody has any additional comments beyond what Thor just reviewed. If you do, please speak up. Okay, not seeing anything. Okay, sorry,
I
Brian.
was gonna say, I was there when Joe stopped by, but I was not there today when I believe either Brian or John stopped by. I think it was Brian.
Okay.
Not sure who else or if anyone else stopped by. I've
Okay.
kind of been looking out in case you guys needed a
I think
tour.
Martha too. Thank you. Brian, go ahead. You have your hand raised.
Yep. Yeah, so I did stop by today, and your youngest son was manning the porch. So I asked his permission to go out back, and then when your wife came home, it was fine. But anyway, So let me just tell you a few observations I had today. So first, I noticed that around the bottom of the slope on the outside, there is still a staked orange plastic fence. Presumably that will be pulled up at some point. I'm not sure when, but that goes all the way around. Another thing I wanted to mention, and Thor, you kind of touched on it in your opening remarks, I noticed how steep that slope is on the back right part of the property. I guess since this is an as-built plan that was approved, it's certainly not the 3-to-1 that is in the regulations, but I guess I have to assume that that was approved. You'll probably see there's some debris on top of the wall on the left-hand side. That's plastic and stuff that I found over the wall when I was wandering back there. So if you're wondering if there's a homeless person leaving their trash, it's not, it's me. And I noticed there's a drain on the front left of your driveway on the downslope, and it's actually raised, a little raised casement. So I'm not sure what kind of a flow you need to be getting there before that actually would do much. But again, it was just a thing I noted. So those are just the observations I made when I was there today. I didn't have the original plan, so I couldn't compare it to the way things were supposed to be. So they're just some things I noted. Actually, one last thing I see here is the location of the play structure. I didn't measure, but is that in the 35-foot buffer zone? It seemed to be.
I do not believe that is within the 35-foot buffer zone.
Thor, do you have the plan in front of you?
It might not have been out when our surveyors were there. I'll see if it's in any of the pictures that I took in the spring, maybe, but I don't seem to recall it. One sec. Okay, I got a picture here of it. It looks like to me it's about halfway up that retaining wall on the right side. So I can definitively say that it's not within the 35. It's probably easily about 60 feet. I would 50 to 60 feet from the wetland, I guess.
Okay, that's further than I thought it was, but
yeah, it's essentially in line with the patio.
I can share my screen if you'd like.
I actually thought, well, in line, not from the back of the house, though. It's definitely further towards the wetlands in the back.
Yeah, and the wetlands move further away from the house, the further you get back there on that side of the yard. So the play structure is in line with the patio up near the back retaining wall. So it's well outside that 35-foot buffer.
Okay, I actually thought it was further down, but all right. Those are the only comments I made from my stroll by today.
Yeah, and the comment I would make on the drain, when we redo the pavement on the driveway, that'll obviously slope more naturally into the drain, but as the patio or as the driveway is degraded over time, the drain is essentially raised above the level of the pavement.
I didn't see any erosion. I don't know if you have some and you've just fixed it over time, but I don't know where that water goes. Theoretically, coming down the driveway, it would have some velocity. So I'm not sure why you don't have erosion, but I didn't see any.
Yeah, and I think the reason is because there used to be a bump up to prevent that water from flowing into the yard, and that bump up is not there anymore. So.
And when did that bump up get removed?
The bump up, I think, was part of as they were doing the original backyard and wall work that got cut. So if we need that bump up reinstalled when we redo the driveway, we'll just have the paver company.
Yeah, well, like I said, I didn't see any erosion, so perhaps you're fine.
Okay, thank you. Joe?
Thanks. So yes, as Mr. Duffler mentioned, I did meet him when I came to visit. Would have been last week. I think it was right after Chuck sent out the announcement. Actually, I looked at my weekend schedule. I said I better get over there right away. I wasn't going to get a chance between now and then. So I did. I looked at the plantings, which Thor showed pictures of those already. I did note the driveway drain, but again, I didn't see any signs of erosion, as Brian said. I noted how close this was. The fact that the house itself is over the 35-foot line, but obviously that's not the house, was not the project. So that's somebody else's notice of intent a long time ago, presumably. I asked about the orange snow fence, or whatever you want to call that plastic fence. Mr. Doppler said that's going to be removed. That was there basically until the certificate of compliance is issued, and then it would be removed. That it's there to, deter any, as long as work might be going on, that fence is there to keep anyone working from going into the wetlands, which sounds fine to me. There was one, we talked about a couple of trees. It sounded like there may have been a couple of tree plantings in the wetland, or you might know more about those, because we couldn't necessarily locate them. It wasn't clear if they had survived. I also, since I didn't have the original application in front of me, it wasn't clear to me how essential they were to the project, or what their context was.
So I think you might be referring to this red maple here.
Yeah, I didn't have this plan. This would have been cool to have with me when I was there.
So the original plan did not have the red maple on it. During construction, they ran into an issue where they hit, or this tree was a twin tree, and was located on the lower. They located the lower base of the tree and not the upper base, and it became an issue for the wall here. As compensation for removing that, actually Greg from our office planted these 2 red maples. These were added to the plan, as well as these 3 cranberry bush. And I believe it was also compensation when they did the overall tree removal. These black dots were the existing trees. Another, I think maybe another tree in here was damaged. It's not impacted. It wasn't to the point where it needed to be cut down or anything, but the bark was damaged during the tree removal, and so that was as part of that as well.
So are those? Okay, I'm about to say, because I was not able to locate those trees. Are they there?
I think so. I talked to Greg about it today because I wanted to get pictures of them too, and I frankly didn't know to look for them when I originally went out there. Trying to find a decent picture.
Like that looks like it could be a new planting.
Could be something here. I asked, I know he said he planted it. Michael, I'm not sure if you remember him stopping by to do it.
So I know he planted them. I also know the deer that frequent our backyard have found those red maples, the seedlings or the young ones, more attractive than some of the other large plants. I couldn't tell you exactly where that red maple was today. I could tell you I'd be happy to replant another seedling. I think we'd be better served to do a slightly larger planting if we were going to do one. The plantings that Greg did, because they were in the wetlands and because they sit above a vernal pool, they were very, very, very small saplings. I think you run the risk with those saplings that they're not going to take, or they're going to be eaten by animals. But we get a lot of deer back there eating the vegetation. They pick the bushes clean pretty much by fall every year, and luckily they keep coming back in the spring.
Yep, they're doing what they need to do, right?
Yep.
Native vegetation. Brian, do you still have questions?
No, I don't think so. Although Thor, can you go back to those pictures you just had?
Yep.
I thought I saw one with the play structure in it. Could you scroll down to see that?
I know I had one with it. It might be on the other group.
Okay, whatever group you just had up.
There you go. So there's the patio you see right here. That's the side of the patio, or rather the end of it, closest to the house.
All right, so the play structure is,
Somewhere in this vicinity.
I think it's further down from there, isn't it? Based on that picture?
It looks pretty online with.
Yeah, all right. I
the
mean,
builder.
it's not a huge difference. I
Yeah.
think enough time, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'll set Anika.
Okay, thank you, Martha.
Yeah, the one thing, Andrew and I went out Tuesday morning, pretty early, and we were specifically looking to see if there was erosion. And the only place we saw any erosion was in the mulch on the slope on the back right-hand side. But it seemed to be stopped by the shrubs that were on the slope. So so it looked like the shrubs were doing their job, holding the soil together. And Andrew, did you see anything else that we noticed that you wanted to mention?
You're muted, Andrew.
Not from walking around the site. I mean, you could see lots of small plantings that had been blueberries and other plantings that have been taken root and seem to be healthy. Looking now and thinking about it, I didn't see any trees, and I don't know. And so your question, Martha, there was some minor erosion towards the back of the house of the mulch, the area that was recently mulched. You could see the mulch is going behind the orange line. But these are always hard for us to gauge because we don't have, I wasn't around when this was talked about. And now that you guys raised the questions, though, I think, so how many trees were removed per this project?
Geez,
20 something, 22, I think.
21, I think. Yeah, 21 or 22.
Many of which were unhealthy pines. It was, I think, 3 oak trees that were removed. Most of them were very, very dry, unhealthy pines.
And per the order of conditions, what was the planting plan? I mean, that wasn't a drawing that I had in front of me to even compare to, so.
Yeah, the number, well, this was what was proposed as kind of compensation, that what you're looking at, what was shown on the approved plan. There wasn't a specific number referenced in the order. It was really just called for on the plan. The plan did give numbers and species though, and location.
And I'm trying to go back. I know the green giant arborvitae were a part of that mitigation.
Yep.
I thought the ratio was something close to 3-to-1 for the trees we were removing versus the shrubs we were bringing back in.
Yeah.
I do remember.
I feel like this is, I suppose I have access to this plan had I dug it up, but I didn't. I feel like I need to go back to the site. I'm sorry, but I have to go back with the site plan in hand and just kind of walk things, because I was just kind of walking. It looks very beautiful and it's nicely done. But I didn't really know what I was looking for. So for me to really kind of do this honestly, I have to walk around with this plan in my hand just to make sure everything's there. I don't know how the other commissioners feel, but.
I think for me, I'll just speak for myself, Andrew. The comments from Thor that that they monitored the plantings, and that, as to the best of his knowledge, things have grown in, possibly with the exception of those red maples, those 2 red maples. And then the pictures and everything else, that for me is sufficient. So it seems to me, based on the meeting tonight, plus the site visits that other people have done, that what seems to be outstanding is plantings of maybe 1 or 2 red maples, in case the smaller ones that were planted were, unless they're still there and they're thriving. So I'm so I'm not entirely sure that it necessarily closes out the certificate of compliance. I was going to pass that over to you, Chuck, and get your sense of the trees. You know, it sounds like the resident is willing to plant more mature trees, and I'm totally in favor of that. I think that would be a great idea. But I don't think he should plant more mature trees unless he definitely knows those trees are missing. You know, so I don't want to approve a certificate of compliance based on a contingency. You know, certificate of compliance is a final, yeah, you're good. This is closed. You know?
Well, it has been a long time since the commission, and I think, Anika, you were the only one on the commission when this came in.
I was?
You're the
That's
only one
left-
I
that's left-
recognize.
Yeah, that's left here. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember this one.
You know, I did go out to this several times over the course of all of the work. The one thing I don't remember is, so those black dots in the wooded area, could you just refresh my memory on why those trees are removed? But the rest,
Right.
all the rest of the work, I remember, and I think other commissions were very accepting of the work based on the amount of vegetation that was going in and the quality of that vegetation.
So are you talking, Chuck, about the black dots behind the drainage easement line?
Yeah.
None
Yep.
of those trees were removed.
Oh, what are those black dots then?
Those are just marking the existing trees, but none of those trees were removed.
Okay, that was my confusion. I was like, "Whoa, why was work going on out there?" Okay, yeah. So, to me, you know, this was, you know, a good project, and I think we got a lot more, and we even got more than that when more plantings came in through the front of this area. I mean, it started out by this retaining wall that was supposed to be repaired, but then that was never going to work, and that was never going to be sustainable. And then all the rest of the work came in, reviewed by the sitting commission at that time. I think the encroachment Thor mentioned was just that retaining wall going through the 35 and 25-foot line, which was part of the order of conditions. So to me, this is, you know, exactly what the commission asked for, but I understand that only Anika was here during this project. So with that said, I'm satisfied with the project, but the commission, if the commission still has concerns, then I understand that, because they weren't on the project here, and some of these plans seem to have not been available to them. We've only recently started posting all of the plans, all of the applications on the town website, and the older ones are not there. And that may be part of the confusion.
I mean, I will say, like, you know, the proposed work, I think everyone can agree that, you know, the patio, the wall, that construction was done. And so it comes down to erosion control. You know, is the site stabilized, or is there ongoing erosion towards the wetlands? And it doesn't seem like that's the case. And so then it comes down to, are the plantings requirements met? And It seems like for the most part, they are. I do want to encourage the applicant to plant those red maples, those more mature trees back there. Because it's going to just do really fantastic things for that habitat. And it was part of the proposed project. So with just that little tiny possible outlier that the applicant already sounds interested in meeting, that gives me confidence to lean towards approving the certificate of compliance. But I don't know how other members, I don't know if other members need more information or feel or have a different opinion. So I'd like to hear from other members as well. Maybe starting with Brian, just briefly. Unless he's asleep.
No, he's looking for his mute button.
I was looking for more than that, but anyway. So yeah, in general, I was one of the ones who couldn't find previous plans. And so I was looking at mostly from, did I see anything that looked egregiously wrong that the previous commission couldn't have approved? And I didn't see anything. I saw the few things that I mentioned. None of them were egregious. So I'd have to agree with Anika that I'm fine with this.
Okay. Martha?
The plans, the papers that Chuck sent out show the plan, but it doesn't show what the planting plan was. So Andrew was saying he would need to walk the property to see if the plants that are here are actually on the property. And what we're seeing on the screen right now, I believe, is the as-built. Is that correct?
This is the proposed.
That's the proposed. Okay, and do you have an as-built that shows whether these exact plants are actually planted?
We don't, so we didn't locate each plant. The survey crew, unfortunately, they're not known for their horticultural skills, but so that's why I went out and tried to take pictures and verify that everything was installed and looked good. That was kind of the best we could do in the situation.
Okay. All right, yeah, because what we got was the as-built attached to the email from Chuck. We did not get the original planting plan.
Right.
Okay, but just confirm for me that you believe that the plants on the original plan, this plan, those plants actually do exist. You counted up the 6, 7, 8, 9, no, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 shrubs around the retaining wall behind the patio and the clump of 5 winter berries, etc.
The only one I think that I wasn't positive on, I think, Michael, maybe you can refresh my memory, but I don't know if the winterberry hollies, I think you substituted something out for those. You may not remember, but this was the location of the winterberry hollies.
Okay.
I believe there's 6 of whatever these are, but they're not winterberry hollies.
I am not a plant expert.
Yeah.
Very much like your surveyors. So we had a plant list with a very specific order and also very specific sizings as a part of the mitigation. So when we were ordering through our contractor, they were supposed to order not just specific plants, but specific sizes of plants in order to encourage shade growth much faster into the disturbed area. So as it comes to those plants, I do not know exactly what those are. I can kind of make out the blueberry bushes and I can kind of make out the red dogwood. But many of the other plants, I do not have the ability to distinguish in between. But again, this is one of those things, you know, we committed to restore and provide these mitigation measures. If they are there, I'm happy. If they are not there, I'm also completely happy to have Thor and Greg come out through their team and to replant those as opposed to doing that through our contractor. And that's the way we did the red maples, because after the original work and some of the problems we ran into, we didn't want any of our contractor staff near the wetlands. So Greg went out and planted the red maples and the additional mitigation in the wetlands area.
Okay. All right. I'm happy with what I saw. The plants that I saw looked very healthy and filled in the area nicely.
Okay. All right. John, you good?
So, you know, I think I'm actually have a question. If we issue a certificate of compliance, is Michael permitted to go into the wetland and plant a couple of red maples, or do we need to leave this open in order for it to be permissible for him to do so? I mean, not to be too much of a stickler for the rules. No one's going to go throw the book at you for going in like rogue tree planting, but still,
Well, I think
well,
I think we encourage planting. Right?
I mean, in general,
More
so, yeah.
than, you know, so I
Yeah, I
think
mean,
as a matter of fact, if an activity is planting within a wetland.
Yeah, I mean, you got to presumably dig a hole in order to plant, because we're talking about planting. Like, I noticed that the planting plant was about 4 to 6 inch red maples. I didn't see any 4 to 6 inch red maples when I was out there, and indeed, maybe what was planted were smaller than what's on this plan, and that might be part of why they, you know, didn't stand up to the onslaught of deer. If Michael goes out there and does have someone plant them, I assume they're going to have to dig a hole. I mean, I talk about not a plant guy and my highly technical terminology here, but as long as we're fine with this, you know, said hole being dug in this, you know, just 15 feet from the wetland, which I think it sounds like we are, and as long as as long as issuing the certificate of compliance doesn't get in the way of him doing the right thing, then I'm in favor of issuing it now.
Something I've seen commissions do, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, is they may vote for an issuance, and it can be an understanding that Chuck will not physically issue it until Michael's shown that the trees are planted. I'm not sure if but that's just something I've seen other commissions do, but no pressure.
How does Chuck feel about that? I've been lectured by Chuck and 1 or 2 fellow commissioners already this evening about not trying to do too much on verbal agreements. So,
Chuck, do you want to comment, or should I move on?
And it's up to the commission. If they want to put that responsibility on me, then I'm fine with it.
Cool.
All right.
I think on the bright side, Thor is on the phone here, and we can just ask Thor and Greg to order the trees and get them planted when they're available.
All right.
Cool.
Why don't we go ahead and do that? And so based on that contingency, is there a motion to approve
John and Andy didn't get a chance to talk. I don't know if either of them have anything else
Okay.
to add.
All right, sorry, John, Andy,
I'm okay.
Andrew?
I mean, having Anika and Chuck, who's been around this project, happy with it is obviously a great thing. But for me, I walked around blind. I can't honestly say it's complying with what was agreed to without walking through with that planting plan. So I'm uncomfortable voting personally today.
Okay.
Even though it's no comment on, I think it's all there, I think it's all good. I do trust that if we say we want a couple more trees, that they'll get planted. But just, yeah, I can't in good conscience say yay without, I didn't do my due diligence, so I'm sorry about that, but I didn't have the plan, so. Yeah,
All right. Well, this is why you're allowed to vote. You know, it's okay if a motion comes up, you can still vote on it based on your opinions and your judgment, and that's okay. So, I'll entertain a motion on this certificate of compliance.
In that case, I'll move that we ask Chuck to issue the certificate of compliance for 128 Fairchild, with the understanding that while Chuck is doing that, the applicant is going to arrange to have these two red maples planted as per the existing planting plan.
And remove the orange fence.
And remove the orange fence. Thank you. That's a good one.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? Seeing none, let's have a vote.
Brian Bowe in favor.
Martha Moore in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
John Sullivan in favor.
Andrew Gibbon, I'll abstain.
Okay, Anika Scanlon in favor.
Okay,
Michael, thanks for coming out. Thanks for
Yep,
staying up
thank
late.
you.
No worries. Thank you all very much. It's been a fun 3 years. So
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Yep.
Okay. Yes, thank you, Michael.
awesome. Thank you guys. Have a good
See
night.
you later, Thor.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay, screaming
All right.
right along. 77 Arcadia. As actually, yeah. So we have.
Is that where you want to go? Okay.
Well, we have Joe Bankovich here, who's hanging on.
Yep.
We do.
Yes.
So let's.
That's the applicant from 77 Arcadia.
Okay,
Hopefully
so
still with us at 10:58.
so there was a site visit. I understand there was a pool put in the backyard, and some trees were chopped off. In the back nearby. Guess I'm wondering if people from the site visit could just comment on what they saw. Brian.
If you want, I'll jump in. I actually went today. I didn't go with the rest of the troop, but I can speak to that at least. I actually have a pretty good list of questions. The first one is, I noticed in the back right of the property, there appeared to be some weed whacking or something very near the riverbank. So A, I observed it. B, why was that so? Maybe you can do this one at a time. So Mr. Bankovich, can you speak to that?
From where? The riverbank? Back in the
Yeah, the back right of the property.
back right of the property. I don't know if I mean, it might have been weed whacking. There was a lot of brush that was there. So that was part of the area that I was cleaning up, that I had some landscapers clean up there. So there'd been the brush that had been set there over the last year. And so I was asked to clean everything up around that bank. So they cleaned that up. So if I don't know if that was necessarily weed whacking, but if they did, doesn't seem like they would weed whack when they were just picking up stuff. So I'm not quite sure.
So I don't know about the picking up brush, but it definitely was cleared. In fact, there were stems lying around it. So that's the first observation I made. The next one is that behind the shed on the back left, there's some lumber, maybe 6 pieces or so. So what is that?
That is something that I inherited. That's been at the property site since I've been there. Not quite sure if the neighbor put that there or the people that lived before me, but that's been there since I've lived there. So that's what that is.
Okay, but that would have been good to throw in the dumpster or whatever it was, and you're doing the work. But yeah, that shouldn't be there, obviously. So then I noticed in the back left, there's a log bridge across the river. Do you know anything about that?
I do not.
And by a log bridge, I mean, there's two logs side by side going across. There's no structure on top of it or anything. It's just a crossing point.
To a
No.
path. Looks like it was to an established path. So someone's been using it.
Yeah, and I can't actually answer the question of whether it's established path or not. That's a good question. I should have noticed that.
I don't see anybody crossing over it. That's, I mean, I don't see kids or anybody crossing over, and I certainly don't cross over it.
Yeah, it does beg the question of why there would be a means to cross if people or something wasn't crossing it.
Right.
Anyway,
Joe,
so next
Brian,
one. Yeah.
Brian, quick question. Is it impeding flow?
No, it's a few feet above the current level of the
Just
water.
asking.
Yeah, so let me just add to that. Right now, it's not, but seasonal high, it may impede flow.
Right.
That's a good point, Chuck. I mean, it would have to be a pretty big rise, but that's certainly possible.
Well, yeah,
I've
it's the
never,
Abijona, yeah.
I've seen the, I've seen the river rise, but I've never seen it impede over that. I mean, I don't particularly pay attention to it, but I've never seen it go over that, or I don't see anything damming up there.
All right, so then moving on. The retaining wall. So it's not on the plan that I could see. Can you talk to that for us?
So, but behind the pool, the retaining wall?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's something that was added after the fact, because the grading was too steep to not put something there, because originally we were just going to grade it down to the level of the ground, but then I come to find out that the fence that we put up had to be within the 25-foot buffer zone, so there wasn't a lot of room to grade things down all the way. So I decided to just put up a retaining wall to hold that back.
Okay, so there's 2 points. One is that in the order of conditions, it states there will be minor grading. I don't know if you actually ended up with minor grading since you had a 4-foot wall. The second thing is, if you were going to do a change that was that significant, you should have a minimum talked to Chuck and probably had to come back to the sitting commission at the time. So that is an issue that the wall is in there.
Okay.
Let's see. The lawn, I believe, goes back near to the edge of the river. Was that always true? Would the lawn always go back as far as it currently does?
Yeah, that's always been there. And when the commission came out to look at the pre-approval plan, that's the way the way it was as well.
Okay. So I noticed the vegetation garden. That's also back near the wetland, near the river. It's in the buffer. And there's a couple of structures in it, a couple of benches.
Yeah. So that was also looked at beforehand by the commission too. And yes, that was a memorial garden for my wife that had passed away. So that's why that was up.
Oh, I understand that. I got the gist of that from the writing on the 2 benches. I was just wondering whether that was approved as part of the original plan, whether it was noted. So I just wanted to understand why it's there. And just here's a curiosity point more than conservation. As drawn, your stockade fence seems to go onto your neighbor's property. Is that drawn wrong? Am I reading it wrong?
Are you talking about to the left-hand side?
Yes.
Yeah, so the stockade fence is my neighbor's fence. And up until I had this plan drawn up, I was always told by him that he owned all of that land 6 feet from that fence over and a straight line back. So I never questioned it because I never, I never dealt with any of that stuff. But then when I got the yard surveyed, I come to find out that that the line actually goes diagonally right through his fence. So I had the conversation with him because I was trying to run my fence into his, which I don't know if you noticed that little L shape in the fence that I put up. So he refused to let me butt into his fence. So I just ran the fence according to my property.
Okay, and as I said, that's not a conservation question. It just struck me as unusual.
Yeah, it is unusual.
I'll leave that between you and your neighbor to sort out.
Yeah.
And then the next question I had, and last, to the relief of the other commissioners, is where was the excavated material stored?
Excavated, I don't think there was any. I mean, they used everything. You talking about any leftover dirt or anything?
Well, even the dirt as they excavated, they put it somewhere before they disposed of it, right?
I don't think that there was, I mean, they moved it around, but they ended up using all of they ended up using all the dirt. I don't.
Oh, okay, so everything they dug out, they used as fill around the pool?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't remember them ever pulling anything out, to my knowledge. I mean,
And that's another situation where most of us probably weren't on the commission when this was happening. So I wasn't sure what was there. And so I assumed, I know what assumption does, that the dirt went somewhere. And that's what I was trying to follow up on. Nika.
Well, yeah, actually, so the dirt was, so they elevated the yard to some extent. So all that stuff was used as filler. So they dug the hole, but then it kind of just got filled around and pushed in.
So is that part of why you ended up needing a 4-foot high retention wall?
That's exactly why, because so in this particular plan, the pool, so the pool was supposed to be at least 10 feet from the deck, and this plan did not reflect that. So the guy that installed the pool said that this we have to build it to code, and we're gonna have to push the pool out. So pushing the pool out took away from grading down more of what I wanted to grade down. And so when it was all done, I was like, this isn't gonna work. The grading was way too steep. And again, I didn't want to go into any other buffer zone or grade anything down at that point. So it just made sense to put in a retaining wall around it.
So again, you hear yourself saying that you unilaterally made some changes, right? You did things differently than was approved?
Correct.
Okay, so as long as you recognize that is an issue. And again, I was going to say, Anika, back to you.
Okay. Thanks, Brian. I guess I'm gonna go to other people on the site visit to thank you for that, Brian. It was very thorough. Martha, did you have any comments or questions?
Brian already covered everything I had made notes of.
Okay. Joe, Andrew, John, were you able to do a site visit, or do you have any additional comments?
I was there Friday afternoon. It's probably the first of us to get there, actually. So I asked Mr. Bankovich a bunch of the questions that Brian asked tonight. Not quite as many. I took a look at the 2 trees that Chuck called out in his request for the commission to look at this. I am not an arborist, so I'm not in a position to really assess the health of the trees. To my, layperson eyes, they both seemed to be growing in fine and be healthy. It did look like, if I had to guess, at least the one that's closer to the pool probably had more than 20% removed, assuming that its height was comparable to that of other trees around it. I understand that 20% pruning is sort of what's, you can do without asking any additional permission.
Okay.
But I was not worried about I didn't see anything to make me worry about survival of the trees. And I did confirm that the brush, you know, the yard waste in the back was not, that Chuck had previously reported was not there. So I don't have any other questions or comments.
Okay, Andrew.
And I visited with Martha and Chuck on Tuesday morning, and I was primarily focusing on the 2 trees that Chuck brought attention to. We did walk the back of the site and noticed there's still some brush behind, or some leaves on the ground. It's a couple inches thick, which is pretty reasonable. And I guess it's better than it was. And noticed what Brian noticed as well. But there's 2 trees that we were looking at. One is, I think, Martha, correct me, a Norwegian red maple, or Norwegian king red maple. Am I saying that correctly?
Crimson
leaf
King
maple.
Norway maple.
Say it again.
Crimson King Norway maple.
And that one is a red-leafed maple. And that one is the one closer to the pool. And then there's a green-leafed maple, in my simple terms, behind it, closer to the river. And the red-leafed maple, Joe noted that it may have been, looks like there was a lot that was taken from it. That one looked healthier to me than the green-leafed maple. But again, I, like Joe, am not an arborist. And it did look like some of the neighboring trees of maples were being infested by something. So I did note that if you could consider reaching out to an arborist and getting them sprayed. I have a maple in my yard, and I have it sprayed in early spring to prevent the bugs from eating all the little seedlings, because they can do some serious damage. So yeah, I mean, I think from my point of view, I think it would be helpful to get an arborist out there to assess both trees, and maybe they need to get fertilized or something like that as well. I do note, just looking at the plans, that they don't jive with what's there on the ground, like Brian noted. And we did talk about getting an as-built plan, submitted to get an order of conditions. And an as-built is exactly what it sounds like, just showing where the retaining wall is, where the pool actually ended up being built, and all those things. And then we could discuss how it's changed, like like Brian noted, that there was no retaining wall there and such. And yeah, so that was discussed with Joe while we were there as well.
Okay, John, give you opportunity to check in on this project too, and then I'll go to Brian.
I wasn't able to make it to the site visit, so I don't have anything to add.
Okay, so no comments at this time? No. Okay, Brian?
This is actually a question for Chuck.
Yeah.
I read in the order of conditions, there's a condition there prohibiting the cutting of trees. And my question to you is that supposed to refer only to cutting them down, or is the topping of a tree covered by that condition?
I think the intent was to not cut them down, but I have to say that I agree with Andy about getting an arborist in there to evaluate the trees. This just happened, and the tree is in shock, and it could die either now or within the next 5 years. I mean, I think that was pretty egregious to do. It seemed to be done without any thought of the health of the tree, and only to establish more, I could only assume that it was only to establish better sunlight onto the pool area.
Well, can I just, first of all, I wasn't egregious. That's a harsh word to use.
Well, that was my term. To cut off more than 35 feet of the top of a tree
Okay, well
seems
now
to
it's
be.
not, I did not cut off 35 feet of a tree, Chuck. I don't believe there was 35 feet cut off of that tree.
I was
And
just
all
comparing it to the trees next to it.
I don't, you can't compare it. I mean, you can a little bit, but there was not 35
No,
feet cut off.
Mr. Bankovich, there's still, cutting is prohibited. You're within the riverfront area.
Okay.
And it's the destruction of habitat, and it's
Sure,
protected by state regulations. So plus it's in the order of conditions. So you can take offense at it, but the evidence is there.
And that's fine, but again, I didn't do it deliberately to destroy the tree. And I didn't, and for me, I didn't know the rules of any type of thing. For me, I was trying to prune the trees down, and that was the extent of it. So yes, I guess I didn't know the rules, and shame on me, but I wasn't, there was no harsh intent to destroy any of the trees around there. Because if anything, all I do is save the trees that grow up through the riverbanks that get pulled down by all the bittersweet that I'm out there whacking all the time and keeping those trees upright. So so sorry, I just take a little bit of offense to the egregiousness of it, because that wasn't my intent.
Andrew?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, because I didn't ask when we were there, and you suggested it now, but why did you, what was the intent of pruning the trees?
Well, because they needed to be shaped, in my opinion, because they weren't, yes, I did want to try to provide a little bit more sunlight, but again, I didn't realize that by taking some of the top of it off and cleaning them up was the wrong thing to do. Because again, I'm not an arborist and I don't know anything about that. And yes, I guess now that I live on the wetlands, I'm learning more and more that there are certain rules that need to be abided by. So
Mr. Benkovich, you did get the order of conditions. This is your order of conditions, right?
yeah, and it said
So
that
then you did sign off on it, and you've
Record
had
it.
the plans and it's recorded, and for you to say that you didn't know about it.
It said not to cut down any trees. I didn't cut down any trees.
But you cut trees, so
Okay.
but I don't want to dither over that too terribly. It definitely seems like a lot of things were done that were not previously approved. And we need to take account of that and correct them as much as possible.
Sure.
Joe, you had your hand raised?
Yes, just because, I mean, this is, without taking anything away from Chuck's concern about the health of the trees, which sounds like it's founded, and I certainly trust, apologies if there's any background noise being picked up. For some reason my printer started making noise. Anyway, we did, I think, get a definition clarification that tree cutting means cutting down, and that pruning is the term for what happened here. And it sounds like the pruning was outside of what is allowable without a permit. And it also sounds like the pruning, a professional evaluation to verify that the pruning did not, endanger the health of the trees is probably in order. But it wasn't this, but the cutting that was prohibited in the order of conditions didn't happen, as far as I can tell, because as far as I can tell, the cutting in the order of conditions was cutting down, right?
I have to say it's unclear looking at the order of conditions. I'm looking at number 3. The order proposes to construct an in-ground pool, paver patio within the riverfront area. There are minor proposed site grading changes associated with this project. Additionally, there are no trees to be cut or removed as part of this project. I read the first part to be cut. It literally means no tree will be cut, like pruned even.
And
Clear.
And I'm sorry, that wasn't the answer. That wasn't the example of cutting that I was talking about. Down below, Anika, you may remember this, I'm not looking at the order of conditions, and there's on some of the orders, there's a prohibition about cutting in the future after the projects within the any closer than the proposed, structure. And that was something that Jamie Mon put in there. So I was answering that is cutting down trees. I don't know if that's in there
I was
also.
asking about, Chuck. I was asking about that condition further down. So
Okay.
you answered correctly.
And to clarify a little bit more, there is a distinction in the Wetlands Protection Act made between de minimis trimming and pruning, which I think we can all agree is a shaping of the sides of the tree and maybe removing selective dead branches, as opposed to, a topping off, which could affect the health.
If
the
I can
overall
jump,
health of the tree.
if I can jump in for a second, I don't think nailing down that definition right now is important. The bottom line is there were a number of changes made without seeking approval. One of the things done, one of the actions may or may not have endangered the health of the tree. So on the first item would be, I think that an arborist should be brought in to evaluate the trees there, the health of the trees, and see what, if anything, needs to be done and can be done. The second series of questions has to do with things like the retaining wall and what have you. You know, the shed is right back next to the river. Do we do anything about that? So the bottom line is that I don't think we care right this second about exactly what cutting means in this case. Sorry.
I
No,
agree.
that's okay. So I assume, like, I'm looking at the agenda, and this particular item is on our old new business, and I assume, just want to make sure I'm seeing this clearly. I assume that's for the request of a certificate of compliance?
It's not.
Oh, it's not. It's just a site visit for,
This is just a discussion item, but
okay,
this property not only needs an occupancy permit, which we have to sign off on,
yep,
but it also needs a certificate of compliance.
okay. Okay, so it sounds like there's a couple of issues and that Brian went over today. It seems like we need a little bit more information and some sort of proposed plan on,
Well, Anika, let me help you a
yeah,
little
go
bit.
ahead.
I think that where Brian is going with his list is that we really have to think about, so when we try, so first off, step one is there's an occupancy permit that would need to be signed at some point. The rules of the commission is that I cannot sign that without your permission. I mean, I don't expect you to say, go ahead and sign it until some of these things are straightened out. But getting to Brian's list and the other concerns of the commissioners, I think that we would need to talk about whether these things are minor changes, amendments to the order of conditions, or administrative approvals. So those three steps to kind of fix what has happened here. And the retaining wall, the trees, one other major thing. So I guess the retaining wall and the grading is kind of the same thing. Those seem to be the biggest. The trees and the retaining wall is what I have, Brian. That would make me think that we need to talk about whether that could be even handled in a minor plan change, and hence the word minor.
Well, and I don't know, I hesitated to put in the shed location because I didn't see it in the order of conditions. But if we're going to be fixing things, I would think that might be on the list.
The shed was existing before I even moved there. I
understand.
didn't put the shed there.
I understand, but it is there, which is why I'm wondering about it.
Yeah, I would. So I think we have an order of conditions that covers the property, and the only thing that we could look at, which was changed from the approved plan. You know, looking at the approved plan, and it has the existing shed on it, so I don't think that would be.
Okay. I wasn't sure, that's why I asked.
Yeah.
I think to me, the additional fill and the retaining wall those are not minor plan changes. That if that came before us as a plan change, we would have re-reviewed it. And the trees, I think that's a borderline. I think that's also extremely important. And so we need more information on that.
And then
So, go ahead.
and then just to get an as-built plan would be part of that, any certificate of compliance, so that would be needed at some point.
Right. Any other comments from other commission members?
Yeah, I mean, just thinking about this out loud, had this come before us with the retaining wall and the grading being proposed, you are in the riverfront zone, Mr. Benkovich, and there's a limit of how much land you can manipulate. It's 5,000 square feet. And I don't have the number. I mean, I have no idea how much was done here, but you're probably close to it after all was said and done, especially since the grading was more substantial than was initially thought. So just I want to note that, yeah, it's not minor what's happened here. It's bordering on the limits of what's allowed.
Okay, so what do I need to do? I need to get a as-built plan. I need to get an arborist to look at the trees and make sure that they're gonna survive. Those.
Yeah, just give an evaluation on the trees. Maybe they'll have some suggestions about fertilizing them or whatnot, you know, and obviously it could come back as they're fine. And just if that can be written up and sent to the commission, and I told you on the site, just make sure that that's not just a landscaper, but an arborist. We typically look up their number to make sure.
Okay.
And I think you need to, I would say the next step would be at the direction of the Conservation Commission to make a decision on what we need to do about the retaining wall. Or what you would like to do about the retaining wall, the fill. I mean, to do an amended order of conditions, you would have to re-notify the abutters. You'd have to have a presentation. You would, like Andy said, I mean, I guess the new plan would include all the disturbed areas so we could understand what the extent of that is and to see if it's over 5,000 square feet within the riverfront. I would suspect it's either close or it's right on. So I guess you know, the commission could get some information that it needs to help them go through this and figure this out with the new as-built plan with some of that information on it. But I think the big question is this: are you asking for an amended order of conditions? I don't think we have anything else as far. We have a minor plan change and amended order of conditions. I'm going to check right now, but don't believe there's anything else available.
Joe, you had your hand raised?
Yes, I did. I just raised it just to clarify. So based on the way we've handled other questions like this in the past, is this something where the applicant comes back with the information we ask for, and then the commission makes a decision about whether it is a minor plan change or an amended order of conditions? So like that would be a question posed to the commission in a future meeting? Okay, just to be clear on that. That's presumably wouldn't file the paperwork for an amended order of conditions until it gotten clear indication from us that that was the only way to do it. So one other thing while I'm talking, I'll say there was someone said something about added fill, but as I understand it, the retaining wall was not caused by there being more fill than in the original plan. The retaining wall was caused by the fill from the original plan being located closer to the river than in the original plan, because the entire pool is a few feet closer to the river and then the original plan, because it was originally planned to be too close to the deck. Is that right? So it wasn't more dirt brought in, but the dirt that was moved to a position closer to the river than the original plan, which then left less horizontal space to work with in terms of grading. So
Right.
okay,
Yeah,
cool.
and it was I mean, it's all still within, and again, I don't know the rules, but it's all within, to my knowledge, within the 35-foot buffer zone.
Exact
But
number. Or rather, it's not within.
sorry, yeah, sorry.
Yes,
It's
yeah. If it is
yeah.
within, then people will give you funny looks. But it is
Yeah.
not. Yes, there's no structure apart from the shed, which Brian already asked about. I don't see a structure here inside the 35-foot line. So that part, thankfully, is hopefully straightforward.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions, or? I think Chuck's looking something up. I'm sorry, it's very late.
Yeah, so it's just, so there is some qualifications for a request for a plan change, that the plan is that the change is insignificant and no action is required administratively, that the plan change is significant and the order of business requires an amendment, or that the plan change is sufficiently different from the approved plan and that a new notice of intent or abbreviated notice of intent must be filed. And before that, it says all these things need to be, before any work happens, it must be approved by the Conservation Commission.
Right.
So that's not extremely helpful, but it gives you the gist of what we're looking for. Is it an amendment? Insignificant, significant, and needs an amendment, or what was the last one?
The last one was a new notice.
Sufficiently, yeah, sufficiently different from the approved plan. I don't think it's sufficiently different from the approved plan. It's still a pool. And it's still a pool area. So maybe it's an amendment or an insignificant insignificant change. And that's for you guys to decide.
Okay. So I think that's going to be decided at the next meeting, once you get additional information, correct?
Sounds like it. But to be fair to Joe, I mean, what kind of amendments would we be potentially asking of him? I mean, I know one, I would be interested in behind the fence where we have the space between your yard and the riverfront, adding some native plants back there would be something I would be interested in doing. Obviously, cleaning up the yard waste as a condition of this would be, not the yard waste, but the lumber waste. I mean, just so he knows what we're talking about as potential things. Otherwise, it's kind of too, I mean, are there other things that we might be asking for?
So things that pop up for me, just based on what's been discussed, is the construction of a new retaining wall. Is it close? Is it within the 35-foot zone? You know, was there additional fill, like comparing these contours with what's existing? It's, you know, if reevaluating what was proposed versus what was completed, and have the standards been met? And does anything need to be corrected?
I think Andrew's question was, what corrections would there be? Presumably, I mean, if you ask me, would you prefer a grade? Would you prefer grade that fills inside of the 35-foot line, or would you prefer a buffer, retaining wall outside the 35-foot line? I think the retaining wall is preferable.
Well, it was proposed to have grading.
Right. it was proposed to have grading.
So that was preferred.
Well, it was grading a different place though. The commission didn't approve grade going closer to the river.
Correct.
I don't, where's that from? Because
The
we're not
pool
looking at
moved.
an as-built plan.
Like, we're here because part of why we're here is because the pool was built slightly closer to the river than when in the plans the commission approved.
Right.
And then once it was closer to the
Well,
river,
I don't know
there
how that
not
was
as much,
established, Joe. How was that established?
Mr. Bengovich
We-
said so.
No, we need to.
We asked him about the.
We're not here because the pool is closer to the river. We're here because of a combination of a bunch of things.
But the retaining wall is there.
Is one of your issues is the retaining wall, and again, the pool had to be moved 10 feet further back from what it originally planned on doing, and that ended up requiring. And again, if I would have called you guys out here and you would have seen the grading after the pool was done, it wasn't right. So if I would have graded it all the way down, it would have graded into the 35-foot zone, and so. I ended up just putting a wall. I didn't think about it, and I wanted to get it right, so I just put the wall up and filled it in with dirt. And it didn't take that much dirt to fill in the rest of the wall because it was mainly already there. It just had such a steep grade that it actually wasn't even safe after that because again, we lost 10 feet on the original plan.
The grade is just the grade. Shots are on the plan, and it looks like from the back of the pool to the front of the pool it starts at 99 and it goes down to 97, so it's just 3 foot. So I don't think the retaining wall was 3 foot. It must have been under 4 feet because you would have needed a permit from the building department, and I would have been alerted about it.
Right, it's not. It's 4 foot. It's under 4 foot, or right at 4 foot.
Yeah. It's as high as my right hip, if that helps you any.
Okay.
No, I don't think we know anything about where we're. I mean, it almost seems like the first thing that's needed is the as-built plan to kind of show where everything is with the jurisdictional setbacks on it, and the retaining wall, and then from there, if it crosses the 35-foot line, then they have to do a variance. After the fact variance, and that could be considered significant.
Although, Chuck, they also would have the option of asking for a variance to have a somewhat steeper slope than the 3-to-1, right? They could go made up number 2-to-1, keep it from going so far out, but still need a variance for that difference, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the 3-to-1 slope is in there to say you can do a 3-to-1 slope, but if you have a steeper slope, then you have to propose like fabric or something to hold it back and have it engineered somehow. So we have to see that on a plan to ensure that it won't create erosion. It's not that you can't do it.
Right, but so it comes back to a plan either way to start this thing.
Yeah. Who is this? Is this Jack Sullivan? So
yeah, I was already emailing him when he was on before, telling him that I needed to get the as-built plan. So he said he would help. So I'll be in contact with him to
get
that.
Okay. So we'll just. This isn't a hearing. This isn't a meeting. So this will just get moved to a future meeting once the information comes up.
Okay.
Mr. Benkovich, thanks for staying up late with us.
Sorry, I got a little testy. I've been on for 3 hours now.
I get it.
So
and have a good night.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye.
Thanks.
Right, Joe. Yeah.
Conservation ARPA request.
Well, maybe that doesn't. I just put it on there. Maybe Joe wanted to talk about the opera request.
Actually, you might know more than me because you said something about going to. It sounds like part of the request might get handled outside of ARPA because we might go to FinCom for money for one of the surveys. sooner?
That's just changing every day. I think
Okay.
we're going to the select board with the opera right now, with
Okay.
the full opera request. FinCom was mentioned, but it wasn't when I ran into Fidel. We're
FinCom
going
does
back to
have-
the select board now.
Right. There are a handful of entities, the town manager, select board, and FinCom, that have some amount of reserve funds that is exactly meant for, hey, we need, $5,000 for something and it's a no-brainer, but we kind of need to have it like in 3 weeks. So can we have it right now, please? It's exactly for this. So yeah, I'm sure it'll get, whichever way it gets approved, I'm sure it'll get approved. So yeah, I don't think there's anything. We presented. Andy was there, Chuck was there. Seems to have been reasonably well received, I think. Not everybody likes the concrete, proposed concrete floor underneath the bike rack, or pad under the bike rack.
Why not?
Well, for one thing, it quintuples the price. Because if you just buy a metal bike rack, it's $500.
Okay.
Well, we talked about that too. It's yeah. So there are $500 bike racks, but we didn't think we could get the town quality, lifespan with the $500 bike rack. I'm not sure. The one that we got was we mirrored the request from MAPC with a joint proposal from the town of Reading, and those were the numbers that they had. We used the same numbers, so there is a bike rack going in that's basically $2,700 somewhere in town. So, I agree, Joe. When I looked, I found many $500 bike racks.
So when does ARPA, when does this group make its final decisions? When's the?
Oh yeah, I would say listen to the town forest committee meeting, because Mark Doxer ran through that.
Okay.
But he just said that at the next July meeting, at the meeting in July, although there will be a couple of additional requests, and the community garden is going to be one of them, the members were asked to have a list of what they thought they could approve.
Okay.
So I think that's going to be discussed. And then he said, although the deadline is like in December, things will be approved moving forward. So it seemed like December was a deadline, but things could be approved prior to that. So, which is good.
Great. So, so Joe, I'm hoping you can, finish strong on that this month.
So I mean, in which way
If
actually
needed.
would if they do put a vote to if FinCom actually has to take a vote on something that I requested when I was still a member of conservation, I would probably abstain from that vote. But my impression was that my requests were well received, and so I don't think I'm not worried about.
Okay.
I'm confident about the right thing happening.
Okay.
Without
I'm
me
going to
being involved.
segue then with Joe to Friends and Family Day.
Yep.
Okay. I've got some stuff here. I'm just going to.
Oh, right. We have to have a drawing. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, this is when it gets really exciting. Okay. All right.
Do you want to explain what you're doing first, Anika? Does everyone know?
So in here are something like 57 private information of residents who were interested in having native plants, because there were like 3 full sun natives and 3 shade tolerant natives that were purchased, and we're giving them away right now.
So it's 11:45. I have 3 items I have to do also.
Okay, go ahead. I'm just going to draw, because in here is like people had to write like they like sun, they like shade. So it looks like this does not have a sun or shade. So this one gets a sun plant. I'll just start there. And that's Kyla Martinetti. Happen to know her. I didn't pick that on purpose. And then hopefully there's a shade. Nope, that's a sun. Sorry. I'm not gonna hold this up. Shade. Lauren Kimmerell. All right, I have a second person with the shade plants. So there, we've got 2 names. We're good. It was fun. We had fun. Move on.
Okay. I think the next thing that we might want to discuss is 1505 Main Street. And I know that Joe was involved in that. Maybe Joe wants to give a report.
Very quickly, yesterday, Martha, Chuck, and I met with the homeowners at 1505 Main Street, which we've discussed here before. We looked at the, we on the ground marked out where the no-mow area was in the original plan drawn up by Mike Flynn and agreed on with Jim Castellano over a year ago. We noted that it was similar in, it's not quite the same size as to the current no-mow area, but not quite the same shape. And we discussed accepting a different no-mow area than the one Mike Flynn proposed, which would have more no-mow area closer to the wetland, less lawn closer to the wetland, basically moving some of the no-mow area closer to the wetland. That seems like it's better for the wetland to keep, you know, the vegetation is more beneficial the closer it is to the wetland. It also is obviously the preference of the homeowners because it requires less of a change to what they're currently doing with their property. We took pictures, we marked out a line on the ground with tape, took pictures, shared it with the commission, shared it with the homeowners. They agreed to that. We also discussed erosion in the back. There are a couple areas where there's been some erosion that the homeowners hadn't filled in because they wanted us to have a chance to see it. We asked them to fill it in. And then because it looks like there's crushed stone at the base of the driveway, at the foot of the driveway now that should be disrupting the flow of water off the driveway into the yard there where there had been erosion. And then finally in the back of the house where there's a very shady area, no one has attempted to plant grass seed there. 2 landscapers refused to do so because it's too shady. However, the sod that was put down by Mr. Castellano seems to have actually taken. So the homeowners have the option of either some kind of shade tolerant seed mix or sod. Sod is of course expensive. That raises the interesting question of Mr. Castellano's bond, which is a subject that none of us were experts on. What happens when a developer, we understand that if a developer sells the property to someone else, that someone else takes over responsibility for completing the project and satisfying the conditions. We're a little fuzzier on what happens to the developer's bond, especially if the developer is no longer contributing to meeting the conditions that were agreed on with the Conservation Commission. So we asked the homeowners to share information about their correspondence with Mr. Castellano with Chuck so that he could then potentially share it with town council. And that's, I think, where we were with that.
Sure. And that request didn't go to town council, but it did go to my supervisor today. So maybe that will move forward. I think what I found unusual was that they did have an escrow account with this 1505 Main Street, but they said that they were unable to access it because any use of that money that was in escrow, just in case things weren't finished, had to be approved by Jim Castellano. So that's just food for thought, and that is why they want to use the bond. So I'm sure that there'll be questions about that that account also that comes up. So I was contacted by a contractor today who said he wants to put a deck on the house in back of this, which is 1503. And when we were talking about it, I said, well, that's unusual. I was at 1505 just last night talking about some other stuff. Well, I guess he knows Jim Castellano, and he said that Jim contacted him, the builder, and he wanted him to do some work previously, so they know each other. He felt like he knew him enough to give him a call and ask him about a couple of things. I told him haven't been giving out new permits until old permits were closed out. And I told him that 1503, in my opinion, could be closed out. It needs an as-built plan. It needs, the Form 8A and a letter from an engineer. He felt like he had an as-built plan already for that property, and that he could get the other two things, and he was going to give Jim a call. And I thought that was great, but somehow day after, Jim's going to get a call and kind of knows what's going on. So he might get back into the picture somehow, or he may not. I'm not sure what's going to happen. But that did come up, and I found that was very curious. So nothing more to add about that coincidence. So there's no violations to talk about. We talked about Jim. The next DPW meeting is July 12th. I don't know if we wanted to pick someone in addition to Brian to show up at that meeting. I don't know if Brian is available to move forward on the 12th. It's been moved because of the 4th of July week holiday, where people are not going to be around for that week. So we decided to put it on the next week. So July 12th is going to be the DPW meeting. It's Tuesday. So I
I'm
don't know
willing
if,
to go to that. I'm available.
I can still do it as well, Chuck.
all right, Brian and Martha.
That's by Zoom, right?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Recording in
Did you let her
progress.
in?
Yeah, I
All right.
just submitted them.
Our RCTV is back. Please stop plotting and scheming now. Thank you.
It's been a heck of a ride. I can't
Yes.
remember most of it. There's some things I remember really well. But it's been great working with you, Chuck,
Mm.
and all those coffees and all those ticks and all that trail work that you've done. It's like amazing. I'm glad you're starting to get more credit for all the hard work you put in. And hey,
That was one thing from the ARPA meeting that I want to say Chuck was hailed as the man of the night at that meeting. I mean, his input, besides his input, because there were presentations from Trails, from Town Forest, there was
Millette, Psalms, and Morgan.
Millette, Psalms, and Morgan Land.
and they all pointed back to Chuck.
It was like Green Night. It was...
Well, and there was actually even the topic of trying to recognize town staff who worked during the most dangerous parts of the pandemic, and obviously public services was there.
So it's time for Chuck to get a big raise.
I mean, I think it's the pile of money is not that big, so I don't think nobody's getting a giant check here. I'm glad to hear that people are getting some recognition for that time, belated, as small as it might be. But yes, so Chuck was consulted on about 5 or 6 different items of the 8 things we discussed, I think. So yes, it was great. And I have to say, while I'm talking, I will want to give publicly credit Chuck for having made it. I've only been on the commission a year, and I feel like with Chuck's help, I've actually been able to make myself useful and contribute for practically that whole time. So it's been awesome, in terms of getting me, and then obviously seeing, Andy come along later and likewise get right up to speed. I'm assuming that didn't happen by accident, and that Chuck was helpful to him as well. So, but thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. All right. I'll use you as a reference coming up.
So
that was good. No, I like, obviously, Anika, I mean, God, we go way back. So many things we know and won't say, all that. But Joe, it's been a pleasure. I always, we have a unique group with us now, unlike any other group that I've been associated with since I got here. And I think you guys are really, really smart. You ask the best questions, and you ask the best questions spread out throughout the entire commission. And I thought that was really good, and I saw that coming on. So, you know, of course, I'm disappointed to see Joe go because he has a way of just taking the edge off of everything and just putting it out there and still being able to say it. And I think that that's just a talent that not many people have. But Joe, you'll be perfect on the
Gonna say
finance
that
committee.
the only
And,
subject touchier than everyone's home improvement project is probably money. So
Yep. So yeah, well, hopefully we'll see you there. We'll present and do stuff, and maybe even reach out to you and ask how to look good at the
I mean,
finance
y'all know
committee.
how to find me. We're all, you know, and speaking to my fellow commissioners, we're all neighbors here in Reading. I'm happy to,
Yep.
you know,
You'll be the one on the bike.
I will be the one on the bike.
Yeah.
Hopefully not the only one on the bike. Hopefully we'll continue investing in
Yeah.
bike infrastructure, and then I won't be the only one on the bike.
And I'll see you at the next town meeting.
Yes. Maybe hopefully see some more of you in either back at town meeting or at town meeting for the first time in the future. Assuming, by the way, that I get back on, I'm now in a new precinct, so I'll have to resign. Speaking of things I have to resign from, I'll have to resign from that before the next election. And then we'll see whether I get on in this precinct or not.
Oh, because you moved,
I moved, exactly.
not because you got redistricted. All right.
No, exactly. She wants it so I can get back on before me because he had to leave. He had to step down before I did. So he's in line ahead of me. She wants it for town meeting, but we're in the same precinct, so.
I'm thinking perhaps we should adjourn and
Very well.
just to get RCTV, get them.
Yeah, it's past,
At this point, we're running up the score.
I
Like
know.
people are going to log on to
I
RCTV
know.
YouTube tomorrow, and they're going to
I
see
know.
Conservation Commission,
6.5
5 hours and 9 minutes. Mother. Anyway,
Yep.
Okay.
I'll
Can
make
I
a
move
motion
to adjourn?
Absolutely.
Second.
Thank you,
All
everyone.
those in favor?
Thank you, everyone.
Good night.
All right. Have a good evening.
Bye.